Here.
Ms. Johnston. Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Ms. Osiander. Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Drummond.
Here.
Mr. Birch.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Over there.
Honored to be here. Mr. Gutierrez.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Starr, would you lead us in the pledge?
That was a real. You stopped me.
We have no minutes tonight to approve. Mayor's report is next. Mr. Mayor.
Nothing to report tonight.
Thank you. The Assembly Chair's report has a nice surprise. I had this laid on the desk here tonight. We have a letter from the National League of Cities Executive Director, of which we are a member organization, and the officers and members cities of the National League of Cities are pleased to congratulate the municipality of Anchorage for winning the 2009 AML Community Award of Excellence in Land Use. The Alaska Municipal League, which is the local chapter of the National League of Cities, offers this distinguished honor to recognize the successes of the Anchorage Park Foundation Program. Congratulations to the Parks Foundation Program. And the National League of Cities will be including a description of this program in NLC's Central Repository of Effective and Innovative Programs, the City Practices Database. You can check this database out of over 6,000 such award-winning programs on NLC's website at www.nlc.org. Okay. Committee reports. Mr. Gutierrez, Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a fairly lengthy report. I will try to be as expeditious as possible. The Public Safety Committee met February 11th at City Hall. Committee members in attendance were Ms. Gray Jackson and myself, and of course Acting Chair Drummond was there as well. The committee heard several issues. To begin with, the Anchorage Police Department presented its strategic plan to the committee. Following a discussion of that plan, representatives of the department answered some questions regarding proposed budget cuts impacting that department. The consensus was that the proposed cuts will have little or no impact on service in 2009, however, that there could be some adverse effects 2010 and beyond. APD remained and joined representatives from CHAR, the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, and others for a discussion of a proposal put forward by Mr. Flynn regarding hours of operation for alcoholic beverage establishments. The proposal would allow patrons to remain on the premises for a set period of time following the mandated closing hour. While no alcohol would be sold, patrons would be permitted to finish a drink in front of them at closing time. The thought is that this would ease the sudden mass exodus from establishments at the bar break, allow some people time to sober up a little bit, and allow others to wait for a cab or a ride in safety inside the establishment. Both the Anchorage Police Department and the ABC Board representatives expressed adamant opposition to the proposal as it is currently written, citing a number of concerns. Both agreed that the law as written would be nearly impossible to enforce, allowing patrons to remain with drinks in front of them. If there were some sort of enforcement action, it would be impossible for someone to tell whether a drink was purchased before or after the mandated end of sales time. Allowing people to continue to drink would, in their opinion, put more drunk drivers on the streets later into the morning hours rather than fewer. Additionally, the committee chair, that's me, received a call from a concerned owner of a retail establishment stating that the proposal hadn't been thoroughly vetted yet by the industry itself. So it's my feeling, Madam Chair, that the goals of this proposal are worthy. It's an idea that's come up before, and several years ago, Ms. Fairclough brought this idea up, and I thought she was on the right track at the time. I think that there are some details to be worked out, however. To that end, I requested that the industry representatives take the lead, put together a working group, including the police, the ABC Board, and social service agencies like STAR, who agreed enthusiastically to participate. and they indicated that their organization would participate and try to work out some of these issues. John Pattee of CHAR indicated he'd take the lead on the issue on behalf of the industry. I also asked that the industry representatives take this back to their own membership and have a thorough discussion within the industry so we can hear what they all have to say about it. Lastly, the committee took up a proposal from the state of Alaska requesting funding for a public opinion survey regarding wildlife management in Anchorage. The committee unanimously voted not to support that proposal. The general feeling was that we've got a pretty good feeling of where the Anchorage public stands as far as wildlife management from the phone calls and emails and letters that we have all received, and I'm not sure we need to spend money on a public opinion survey to that end. And I informed the administration of the committee's feelings on that. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Public Safety Committee will be Wednesday, March 11th at noon in the Assembly Conference Room on the first floor of City Hall. However, for those of you who were at the work sessions on Friday, we are attempting to set up a tour of the State Crime Lab under the auspices of the Public Safety Committee, and Ms. Gray Jackson's assembly aide is helping to coordinate that. Once that is time for that is set, I will distribute that to assembly members, and you are all more than welcome to attend. Thank you, Madam Chair. That is all.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Coffey has a question.
Yeah, I didn't make that meeting, Mr. Gutierrez, but I have a question. Was the ordinance couched in terms of a conditional use so that it would be an individual special permit that we could put lots of conditions on, or was it just okay for everybody?
Mr. Floyd might want to jump in on this, but it's couched in terms of an opt-in program that not every establishment would want to opt in. And it was also on a trial basis, that we weren't going to do this on a permanent basis. We'd try it out for about a year and see how it worked. But Mr. Flynn, do you want to address more directly Mr. Coffey's questions?
You covered it, Mr. Gutierrez, and Mr. Coffey, we can talk a little more about it. Perhaps.
Yeah, the reason I suggest the conditional use process is because it's a process associated with licensure, and so it would be appropriate. And that way you could really tailor whatever you get to that. So Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Mr. Coffey would welcome any input and participation. And I said it at the meeting, but I think, Madam Chair, it bears saying now that I really want to commend the industry for being proactive and trying to solve some problems. If you look at the proposal as written, it's clearly not about money, because we're talking about a period of time when establishments will be open and paying their staffs, but bringing in no money from sales. And so I think it really speaks well of the industry that they're trying to solve some problems here and trying to be proactive.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Birch also has a question.
Yeah, I just wondered, just a clarification on the bear issue. It's they're going to be finishing with their slumber here in the few months ahead, and if we determine that this is basically full on a state responsibility, and if so, are we positioned to pursue state support for remedying the bear problem in the park?
I think the administration might want to jump in and answer that. I've seen some email traffic back and forth from within the administration. I hesitate to use the word manifesto, but I believe there was a sort of a bear manifesto that came out of the administration, and I don't want to speak to that.
Well, the bottom line is the bears need to go, and I'm just trying to figure out where, and I think it needs to be, as I understand, it's a state issue, but I would like to engage, or at least be have some level of participation with any communication going on with the state of Alaska animal control folks. Thank you.
This wasn't so much about what to do about the bears. It's, are we going to spend tax dollars to find out what the public thinks? And I think we all pretty much have a good handle on that already.
Thank you, Mr. Birch and Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I give my committee report, the Chair has given me the honor as the liaison for National League of Cities to inform you of another award that our city has received. And this award is the 2009 AML Community Award of Excellence in Education and Local Government. And this is really a big deal, folks, and I'm really proud to be able to let the community know that this is another award we received from this organization. And if you want to know more about NLC, just do nlc.org. Thank you. Now, on to my committee report. The committee met last Thursday, February 19th, and our big mission during that meeting was to review a draft work plan that I put together. And at that meeting, there were some revisions made, and after the revisions were made, the committee unanimously approved the plan. The plan right now is posted on the website under the Budget and Finance Committee page on the website, and it's there for the public to see and review, and feel free to comment. As requested in AR 2008-333, on a monthly basis, the committee is going to review the monthly financial report submitted by the administration. And I just wanted to make one point. That resolution requested financial reports from the administration, but the bottom line is that the administration is required to provide these reports by code in 640-010. So I'm just happy to see that this is going to happen, and on a monthly basis, and the committee is going to review these reports and then present a report to the Assembly. Also on the agenda for the committee on a monthly basis, we're going to have a line item that talks about what cost savings were identified for the previous month. The next committee is going to be meeting on March 19th at noon, and the administration is already ready to put on the agenda their financial reports for the committee to review. And, Madam Chair, if I could just take a moment to ask Anna Kedar to just come up to the podium. And the reason why I'm asking her to do this is because I wanted to publicly thank her. Right now, our staff, our budget staff, is very busy with elections, and Anna, who is a gifted student at South Anchorage High, picked me to be her mentor. And with that said, she also requested that I give her some projects. And so I've given her 2 projects. And the one project is that she has been staffing the Budget and Finance Committee and doing a fabulous job. And she is also completing the Operations and Maintenance Research Project that Assemblymember Osander requested. And I just wanted to publicly thank her and give her a hand. Like to say something?
Sure. Hi, I'm Anam Kadir. I'm a junior at South Anchorage High School, and I'm part of the Anchorage School District Gifted Mentorship Program. I'd just like to thank you for the honor to be able to be working with the Assembly and staffing the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. I'm learning a lot, and it's an honor, and I'm hoping that several of my other classmates will also take this opportunity to learn more about local government and taking part in what they can do. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I was exceptionally pleased to get an email from you in advance of the last Budget Committee meeting, and I said, who's this person? So I'm really pleased. Thank you. Was that it, Ms. Gray-Jackson?
That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I have a question. I'm still having trouble.
Okay. On the Budget Committee?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Selkirk.
I'm wondering if the Budget Committee can forward or if the Assembly can be provided with the information at the same time the committee is. In other words, for those Assembly members who are unable to attend, if we can also just always get a copy of whatever the administration forwards.
Through the chair, thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk.
Thank you. Mr. Birch?
Probably me.
No report. Okay. Mr. Coffey?
Madam Chair, I was in the queue under...
I'm sorry, Mr. Starr. Okay. I'm not
through the chair,
looking at this thing.
we had a request from Dr. Selkirk, I think it was, for the worksheets from the department heads on the proposed budget cuts, and I was wondering if those could be provided to the Budget and Finance Chair. There was some statement about confidentiality or PCN numbers or inference, so maybe through the Budget and Finance Chair you can ask the administration where the worksheets are from the departments. Can somebody answer me?
I think we did have a response on that last time.
At this point, we think we'll be able to release those tomorrow. They will have confidential information removed. Things like PCN numbers and things like that.
So through the chair of the Assembly here, are we going to be able to see broadcast distribution of those to all Assembly members? Is that
That sure sounds like it, Mr. Starr.
So we should be able to see those midday tomorrow for...
As soon as the Mayor's office releases them, you'll have them.
Madam Chair, my understanding, our intent would be to deliver them to the clerk and the clerk will take care of distributing to whoever the Assembly wants them distributed to.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I just have some rationale on why you guys have been sitting on them for over 2 weeks or longer? I mean, is there transparency in government here or not? I mean, those are vital pieces of documentation, and I'm frustrated not to have them.
Mr. Starr, there's always transparency in government. We have a number of priorities, and we have to make sure we're running the business of the city on a daily basis. And so when these requests come in, we have to get them done as soon as practical. There's legal issues to make sure that we're not disclosing information that is confidential, otherwise protected. And if we have to remove that information, that takes a certain amount of time. When we first asked for it, we said we would get it to you by this Friday, which is 3 days from now, and getting it to you tomorrow actually means we're getting it to you ahead of schedule. It appears to me incredibly transparent, very, very responsive, and responsible.
And in addition, Mr. Starr, there was a work session last Friday that will be continued this coming Friday on the budget cuts. And if you had attended last Friday, and I hope you attend this Friday, you'll get a whole lot more information.
I was ill. Thank you, though.
Got.
I'll be
Thank
there.
You. Okay, Mr. Coffey, on this issue?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't pull you off the roster. Okay. Let's see. Did you have a report on the same? Okay.
I swear to God, I can't.
Committee report. And I would ask Mr. Flynn to weigh in as we do it. Mr. Flynn and I have been meeting with Mr. Abbott and other representatives of the administration. We're planning a trip to Juneau on the 10th and 11th of March for the purpose of making presentations relative to the items that we put in our legislative package. We spoke with Ms. Chamberlain on the phone with Mr. Abbott here last week. I'm sorry, I lose track of the day. I think Wednesday, perhaps. And things are starting to gel down there. So in 90 days, they got to gel pretty fast. And so we were advised that that was a good time to go, and we will be down there. If anyone has any particular inquiries relative to any particular matter, they should let us know now. For example, Ms. Osiander laid a matter on the table tonight that we should amend the legislative package to reflect the information she provides us. So if you've learned of something or you want something different or you know something more than the rest of us, it'd be a good time to let us know, and we'll try to deal with it as we go. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selleck.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Gutierrez, I apologize. Question on that one?
On that, actually on the 10th and 11th, Mr. Coffey, I am going to be at the state capitol for or rather, I will be there for with the American Cancer Society. While we're there, I'm happy to help out and do double duty. So.
Yeah. Well, what we ought to do is you ought to let me or Pat or Mike, for that matter, know your schedule, and then we can make sure Wendy Chamberlain, our lobbyist, gets us all together appropriately as we go.
Will do.
Thank you. And it's the 11th and 12th, not the 10th and 11th. We continue to make that mistake. We'll be here for a meeting on the 10th. We leave the next morning. Thank you.
March 11th and 12th in Juneau. Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Klayman, did I see your name up here?
I heard Mr. Coffey talking about the 10th and Mr. Gutierrez talking about the 10th, and I thought maybe you guys don't really want to have a meeting on the 10th, but it sounds like now they've changed the dates after I pushed the button. So
That's
I've
right. Okay, very good. Okay, Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
Yes, the Community and Economic Development Committee has an important public forum that's going to take place this Saturday at Begich Middle School, and it's going to go from 1 to 4, and it's a community forum on energy, and what we've got is just this broad menu of what's going on in terms of our district South Central region. We've got representatives from the state talking about the regional authority that they're creating to deal with the idea of constructing larger projects and amassing money to be able to do that. We also have representatives who are going to talk about the concept of a regional co-op so that the area could actually position itself in the open season and actually potentially bid for some gas. There's representatives from MSTAR, ML&P, Chugach Electric, MEA are going to be there. There's a representative from the Center for Renewable Resources. We've got Siri coming in talking about wind. We've got Toyonic talking about their geothermal and other things that are going on. We've got Eklutna coming in and talking about some of their renewable resources. And we also have a short presentation on the Girdwood Renewable Energy Center. So in about 3 hours, if you're interested in actually getting a sense for what our options are and what the horizon looks like in terms of energy, this is a great way to do it. It's a complex field, and it'll be possible for you to actually get your arms around it as a public. And then we're going to spend the last half hour listening to the public in terms of what people think are their vision for the energy strategy for the region, and also priorities. And in a sense, what we're going to be doing is gathering information so that should this region want to move forward to the next step and develop a regional energy strategy, we've got some background information from the public, and the public can move along with us in the process.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Coffey has a comment.
Thank you. Several, probably months, but many weeks ago, when I started working with the working group that Mr. Abbott and Chugach and ML&P had put together on the cogeneration plan and so on, I started to learn an awful lot about sort of regionalization as a result, and I spoke with Dr. Selkirk about that stuff as time went by and reported to this body as time went by, and I started attending her committee meetings here on a fairly regular basis, and particularly on energy issues. And the work session Friday was very, very informative. I learned a lot of stuff I didn't know, and I got a lot of questions that I didn't have answered before answered. I would urge my fellow assembly members to go to this event on Friday, or Saturday rather, pardon me, Saturday. It will be, I think it will be very informative. And folks, if we don't get energy issues resolved in this region, and it's far beyond the city alone, but the city has a role. But if we don't get them resolved, our utility rates will go up, our heating bills will increase, and so on. And it's really an important issue over the next decade or so. And so it would behoove all of us to be as informed as we possibly can. Dr. Selkirk was kind enough to ask me to chair a segment of that, but I have a hockey tournament for my 10-year-old son in Homer. So I will be in Homer, Alaska, undoubtedly talking to Homer Electric about this. It was really good for me to be there late Friday. I learned a lot about the same sort of things that will be presented in more detail on Saturday, but I would urge you, and I thank you for the time for that, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
I'm wondering if the clerk couldn't just provide kind of an informational invitation to the department heads, just so that they know about it at the munis, and maybe the administration could help us with that, because it is, I think so many of our departments actually interface with a variety of issues in terms of cost of utilities. It would be great for them to not come on overtime, but come because they have the spirit to attend, at least inform them of it, because I do think it's good base information actually for the municipality and also for the public in general. It'll be a great opportunity to get yourself caught up on what's going on.
My opinion is that it should go to all the municipal employees, because employees have great ideas and they might be inspired. And I'm sure they'll tell their friends and neighbors, and you'll get a lot more attendance at this thing. So, Madam Clerk, if you would spread the word, I'd appreciate it.
We will do that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Osiander.
The Assembly Title 21 Committee will be meeting this Thursday morning as usual from 9:30 to 11:30. We are going to be focusing on new drainage requirements, both for land clearing and any development. There is a potential, though slim, that we will also be talking about undergrounding electrical utility lines, and potentially doing a little more discussion about steep slope development. If you want to attend, we're meeting in the Planning Department conference room.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Coffey covered the Legislative Committee. Also, I sit on the ACVB Board of Directors as the Assembly Representative. That board passed a resolution supporting the Alaska Cruise Ship Association's efforts to change the discharge requirements for cruise ship vessels. I know that a representative of ACA has been in contact with a couple of Assembly members about our sponsoring a similar resolution. I told him I didn't think it was necessarily appropriate that I bring that forward, even though I'm the ACV representative, given my company's relationship with the cruise ship company. So I expect they'll ask you or somebody else to bring that forward, and we'll have that before us in a week or two.
Yeah, they have asked me, and thank you very much, Mr.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
The problem with these things is as they move through the legislature, we don't have a lot of control over when they do what, and sometimes our resolutions are not timely. But I understand. Okay. All right. Ms. Johnston, anything to report?
No, I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we have an addendum, and we have, Madam. Okay, thank you, Ms. Osiander. And we have laid on the table items. I assume those are included in that motion? Okay. On the addendum, there are 3 resolutions for action. Item 9B5, resolution number AR 2009-45, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage providing for the appropriation of a grant of $1,000 from the Alaska State Library, Library Services and Technology Acts funds to the Office of Economic and Community Development, Special Revenue Fund 231 for continuing education tuition, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum number AM 113-2009. Item 9B6, Resolution AR 2009-55, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in opposition to instituting the death penalty in Alaska. Assembly Member Gray Jackson, Assembly Chair Drummond. Item 9B7, Resolution AR 2009-56, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to ensure that public transportation continues at no less than the service levels available as of January 1st, 2009, brought before us by Assembly Members Selcraig and Gutierrez. Addendum items in 15, special orders. 15A, notice of intent to move for rescission of Assembly action in the ratification of the collective bargaining agreement for electrical work, Assembly Chair Vice Coffey, accompanied by resolution, that's referring to Resolution AR 2008-280, a resolution ratifying a 5-year collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 1547. That was approved in December of 2008. Item 15B, under special orders, notice of intent to move for rescission of Assembly action in the ratification of the collective bargaining agreement for fire rescue, EMS, and prevention type work in the Anchorage Fire Service area, brought by Assembly Member Starr, in referral to resolution number AR 2008-306, a resolution ratifying a 5-year collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Association of Firefighters, Local Union 1264, approved in December 2008. And item 15C, notice of intent to move for rescission of Assembly action in the ratification of the collective bargaining agreement for the Anchorage Police Department, brought by Assembly Member Starr, in reference to resolution number AR 2008-307, a resolution approving and ratifying a 5-year collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, also approved in December of 2008. Okay. There are several laid on the table items. To consent agenda, item 9E10, under information and reports, information memorandum number AIM 23-2009, MOA, ML&P, and IBEW collective bargaining agreement and classification committee action pertaining to wages decoupled from the journeyman lineman rate of pay, brought by Municipal Light and Power. Item 13B2, under continued public hearings, which shall begin no earlier than 6 p.m. Ordinance number AO 2008-107S. Oh, that's an S version of an item that's already on the agenda, and I will dispense with the reading as it'll be explained at the time. I'm sorry, this is a little bit out of order. We had a number of laid on the table items. 9B for Boy 8, AR 2009-S9, cost estimates for Eagle River. Hold on a second. Madam Clerk, I need to read that heading. Thank you. Okay. AR 2009-59, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requesting inclusion of updated cost estimates in the Municipality of Anchorage 2009 Alaska Legislative Program, capital request for flooding in Eagle River. Did I get it right? Okay. Brought by Assembly members Osiander and Starr. 9B for Boy 8, 2009-59. And another item laid on the table in Section 15, Item D for Dog, Notice of intent to move to amend items previously adopted, introduced by Assemblymember Johnston. I'll let her read her notice of intent at the appropriate time on the agenda. Okay. All right, that is the entire agenda tonight. Does that work for everybody? Any objection to including those items on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, those items are incorporated. Let's begin with the consent agenda. Any items from the consent agenda that members wish to pull? Let me start with Ms. Johnston and work our way across the table from that direction.
Maybe we could start at the other end.
Okay. Mr. Starr, we'll start at your end, at the request of Ms. Johnson.
I have 9E7 and 9 Echo 10 off the addendum.
9E7 off the regular agenda.
Is that E or B?
E as in echo.
E as in echo, and off the addendum?
Echo 10.
Okay.
9 Echo 10.
Hold on a second. Oh, we find the addendum. Where the hell is the addendum? Okay. 9E.
Echo 10 was the late on the table item, I guess.
Okay.
That's how it's going to appear.
That's not the addendum. That's the late on the table agenda. Sorry. We have too many pieces of paper to shuffle here. Okay. 9E10, Mr. Starr. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Gutierrez.
No items, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 9 Apple 1 on the regular agenda.
Okay.
And on the addendum, I'd like to pull 9 Bravo 7. And I believe that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Birch.
9A2,
Okay.
9B1, and let's see, and 9 Bravo 6.
Off the addendum.
Correct.
Okay.
Off the, addendum.
9 Bravo 6. Okay.
That's it.
All right. Is that it, Mr. Birch?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Coffey.
Madam Chair, I would just like to be, I don't want to pull it, but 9B2, I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor. And then I have a disclosure on 9 Delta 7.
Pardon me? Okay. Mr. Coffey, is your mic on?
It is now.
Okay.
Paying attention now.
Start again, please.
Okay. I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor on 9 Bravo 2.
Okay.
9 Delta 7, the woodshed, disclosure relative to liquor license renewals, and I don't want to introduce it when it comes back, but I wanted to do that. Then on 9 Delta 11 and 9 Delta 12,
I think you have from 9 through.
no, I'm going to leave. I got information on Fur Rendezvous and on Fairview, Campfire, so I'm leaving them.
Okay.
But the other two, 11, which is Federation, and 12, which is the tape services for the library.
Okay.
And then, let me just look here. That's it. Thank you.
We actually have those 2 items remaining from the consent agenda that are under old business.
Which two?
Now, there are 3 items on the Spenard Road safety.
Yeah, we don't pull those. They're not
Okay,
on.
we'll wait until we get to the old business section
Yes.
of the agenda. Okay, because they were pulled from the previous consent agenda for discussion with the bond issues, but we never got around to it that night. Doesn't matter? Okay, fine. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will deal with it under old business. Okay, Mr. Coffey, that was it?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Birch, go ahead.
I just had a question. Did you pull 9D7?
9.
D is in boy?
Yeah, Mr. Coffey is going to declare a conflict on that, and then we'll pass it.
Just something that came up. I don't know if we can talk about it at that time or not, but I know Social Security numbers are still showing up in those license applications, and I guess that really troubles me in reviewing those license applications to see a Social Security number in there, and I don't know how wide the distribution of this is, but I assume that if it's posted out in the internet, it's out there. And I guess I would implore the administration at some level to accept some level of responsibility for, or would it be here? Okay, the clerk's office, to basically at least black those out. I mean, if we can do that, I would just, at a minimum, I would say let's black out Social Security numbers when they show up in documents. And I just think it's nuts to have those floating around in public documents. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Coffey.
There's a brand-new executive director at the ABC Board who's a former police officer, worked for us, and then was the chief down on the peninsula. If you think, the body thinks it's appropriate, I will take that matter up with her, and just, if the ABC Board changes its forms, the problem goes away.
I think that would be fine, because it's actually substituted in lieu of an EIN in some cases, but I think it just should not be floating around out there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with you. And the executive director of the ABC Board did come to the last public safety meeting, and I was very pleased that she was there to offer her input. Ms. Duke, if you could give us, Ms. Duke is the licensing clerk, if you could take note of that, and if you have any comments to make on the fact that the Social Security numbers are still in there, go ahead.
I was under the impression that they were public information once you applied for an application.
No, that doesn't matter.
Not Social Security numbers. There are, what are they called, employee identification numbers? The if you're in business, you get an EIN that you don't use your Social Security number in place of the EIN. So they really shouldn't be out there in terms of security.
Putting that in there instead.
It's probably the way it came to us.
Mm-hmm. Right, that's right. Especially if they've been on file for a long time and they just get brought back up for renewal. So thank you, Mr. Birch, for pointing that out. Appreciate it. Okay, where are we? Next, let's see, who's waiting to pull? Mr. Coffey, you have everything. Dr. Selcraig, what would you like to pull?
I don't have anything to pull, but I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor on 9A2.
9A2, okay. Okay, those I think we're going to read. They've already been pulled, so.
I just want to be listed as a co-sponsor.
Okay.
9A2.
Okay, now's your chance, going once, going twice. Okay, Ms. Osiander.
On the regular agenda, 9 Delta 9, 9 Delta 10. Continuing on the regular agenda, 9F 5 for the purposes of, there was an error, Mr. Starr should be a co-sponsor there, and there is an intent a desire to set the public hearing for June 23rd.
Okay, so do we need to pull that and discuss it separately, or should just do it right now?
Well, I wanted to ask the clerk if,
okay.
Madam Chair, I wanted to ask the clerk, I want this to go to P&Z, but my understanding is, since it says that already, I don't need to pull it and make a discrete motion. Is that correct?
I think we need to pull it so that we have the public hearing on the record set by the body.
All right, then F5.
Okay, thank you.
And then on the never mind, that one was pulled. Thank you.
Okay, on the addendum? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Flynn.
9F3 for the purposes of declaring a potential conflict of interest, and that's all.
F3?
F3.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. And Ms. Johnston.
Yes, 9F7 on the regular agenda. And as far as special orders, 15D.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. It's on the
point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I don't think special orders are part of the consent agenda, so you don't pull items from that. You just take them in the order.
That's true. When we get to the special orders late in the evening, we will deal with all of those 15 items, section 15 items. All right. Let's run it down. Madam Clerk, do you want to read the pulled items, or shall I? I'm happy to read them. Okay, go ahead.
The ones I have, these are not in numeric order. E7.
Oh, I have them in numerical order.
Okay.
I'll just do it. Off the consent agenda, item 9A1, Ms. Gray Jackson pulled that. Item 9A2, Mr. Birch pulled that one. 9B1, Mr. Birch pulled that one. Off the addendum, 9B6, Mr. Birch pulled. 9B7, Ms. Gray Jackson pulled. 9D7, Mr. Coffey for declaring a conflict of interest. Ms. Osiander, 9D8 and 9.
Oh, pardon me.
Excuse me, or is it 9 and 10?
9 and
Excuse me.
10.
I'm sorry, I wrote it wrong. Mr. Coffey, items 9D, 11, and 12. Mr. Starr for 9E7. Mr. Flynn for 9F3 for the purposes of declaring a conflict of interest. 9F5, Ms. Osiander for setting for public hearing. Ms. Johnston, 9F7. I believe that's the same situation, setting it for public hearing.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms.
I have one
Dr.
more I'd like to
Selkirk.
pull.
Yes, go.
9D15.
9D15. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, hold on a second. Wait. Let me finish. Okay, Dr. Selkirk is pulling 9D15. And what was that additional one? I didn't hear you.
The 9 Echo 10 was not read.
Okay, I'm not on the late on the table sheet yet. That's a separate item. Okay. Mr. Flynn's conflict, Ms. Johnson, 9E7, 9F7.
9D. He has that right. Madam Chair?
Okay. I got the addendum and the late on the table items. Mr. Starr pulled 9E10. Okay, Mr. Birch, another one?
Excuse me, I missed the 9F12. 9 Foxtrot 12.
Okay. All right, very good. Seeing those items pulled from the consent agenda, is there any objection to approval of the remaining items on the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, that passes unanimously. First item pulled from the consent agenda is number 9A1, resolutions for action, proclamations, and recognitions. Ms. Gray Jackson, item number 1, resolution AR 2009-35, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly.
Move to approve.
Go ahead, Ms. Gray Jackson, and you may read it and assign.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gutierrez is going to present, and I'm going to read, and we have some folks in the audience who are going to accept this resolution.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Gray Jackson, we need to move that and
I did move it.
Okay, I apologize.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, and is there any objection to unanimous consent on this item? Seeing none, that item is approved. Go ahead and read it. Welcome, Mr. Williams.
Welcome. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Welcome, Ms. Hodge. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 2009 as Black History Month. Whereas African Americans have played important roles in American history, from making important discoveries to excelling in science, education, law, politics, music, art, and sports. Whereas, in the view of Carter Woodson, who created Negro History Week in 1926, the knowledge and dissemination of African history would, besides building self-esteem among blacks, help eliminate prejudice among whites. And whereas, celebrated in the United Kingdom in October, Black History Month is celebrated in February in most countries throughout the world. And whereas, February, the birth month of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln, was chosen to bear witness to the progress and richness of African Americans' achievements. And whereas Black History Month is an opportunity for all to reflect on the history, culture, and teachings of African Americans who have contributed to our state, nation, and world. And whereas Black History Month reaffirms Americans' commitment to equity of access, to economic opportunity, to colorblind justice, and to educational opportunity for all Americans. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that the Assembly recognizes and celebrates February 2009 as Black History Month, that the Assembly encourages Anchorage citizens to participate in our local Black History Month celebration as we join together in the spirit of love of country, respect for democratic principles, and commitment to solidarity and equal opportunity for all Americans. Thank you.
If I can just, through the chair, share that the city and the community as a whole will be hosting its Black History Month celebration on February the 28th at the VFW 10252 in Mountain View, and I would certainly be very appreciative if you could attend. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the NAACP, the oldest civil rights organization nationally, and a very long-standing organization in this community, I, Cal Williams, not the highest officer in the branch currently, but certainly one of the oldest. So I have a history, one of watching members of that organization stand before you at this podium or another, perhaps down at the old USAC library over the years, working back and forth with you. This recognition of history is one that recognizes all of our histories, because our histories are indeed linked. It was John Parks, one of our members and later one of our presidents, who walked the streets of Anchorage, who fought and struggled with resolutions and finally was successful in bringing about People Mover. He is recognized as the father of People Mover. He, of course, was called a socialist and a communist and everything else when he was advocating for public transportation. But we now know how vital it is, and we hope and pray that indeed the level of support for public transportation will remain strong. We as an organization stand strongly against capital punishment, and we see that you are indeed contemplating a resolution in that regard. We nationally stand firmly against capital punishment for all of its appalling, unequal administration, as well as for the fact that it is appalling to take a life. And we appreciate and thank you so much for this recognition. Please join the celebrations, because again, it is all of our histories. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, very much.
I have something. I have a question.
Dr. Selcraig, go ahead.
Mr. Williams, I just wanted to comment. Mr. Williams spoke at my mother's funeral, and for our family, he actually told probably the most moving story about my mother that anyone ever told us. And actually, it's about this body as well. He talked about how he lived in. Did you live in S&S Apartments, or you lived near S&S Apartments, which were
in S&S?
Yeah, in Fairview, and he was trying to get a stop sign at the corner because children were playing and it was a dangerous situation. And he worked through the municipality and nobody would give him a stop sign. You can correct me if this isn't exactly what you said. And he came to this body as a public, you know how we get public testimony, and nobody was really looking at him or listening to him, and he felt ignored. And my mom, with her heavy Italian accent, said, "Mr. Chairman, this is a travesty." And he told the story of how the stop sign got placed there fairly quickly. But it's a real statement, I think, to the history of this community and the importance to remember how near, really, racism is to us in terms of the history that we've experienced. And also to be very proud, I think, of you and the work that you've done for a long time, and many other people that have made a difference in this town. So thanks very much.
Well, thank you very much, and it is indeed a great pleasure to remember your mom sitting up there.
It was a great story. I think for our family it was a real story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams.
Thanks again.
Okay, if the body would forgive me, I forgot to point out that we have appointed a number of people tonight. If any of you in the audience were appointed by us on the consent agenda a few minutes ago, we have appointed Russ Howell and Benjamin Ward to the Sister Cities Commission. We appointed Jennifer Collins to the Animal Control Advisory Board, Angelique Oliveira to Mountain View Community Recreation Center Advisory Commission, Simon Lisicki to the Port Commission, Brewster Jameson to Transportation Commission, and Rob Merchant to Building Board of Examiners and Appeals. If any of you are present, please come forward and introduce yourselves. And if you're not, thank you all for your service. We appreciate it. We know what it takes to serve the public. Welcome.
Well, hello. I'm Jennifer Collins, and I've been appointed to the Animal Care and Control Commission.
Great. Thank you very much for your service.
Thanks.
Good evening. I'm Brewster Jameson. I've been appointed to the Transportation Commission, and thank you for the appointment, and thank Mayor Clayman for the appointment as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jameson, for coming.
Good evening. My name is Simon Leszetsky, and I thank you for the appointment.
Thank you for pronouncing your name for me. I appreciate it. And thank you for your service.
Everybody murdered it.
Thanks very much. And I also hear there's some scouts in the audience. Where are they? Come on up. Come on up and introduce yourselves, and then we'll move on with the rest of our agenda. But I don't want to make you sit and wait through all of this stuff, although that's what you're here for. So I don't know if I should torture you by making you wait and introduce you later on in the evening. What's your preference?
Hello, I am Zach Abbott, and I am second class, and I'm the SPL of our troop, and this is Ian Burgess.
Speaking to the microphone, please, Ian.
Ian Burgess, and I'm also second class.
Well, welcome to the assembly meeting. What part of town do you live in?
We're on Elmendorf Air Force Base.
And you live on Elmendorf as well? Okay.
Yes.
So your representative is Ms. Osiander and Mr. Starr, those two folks at the far end.
Cool.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming, and I hope you get what you need out of this meeting, and I'm sure you'll get autographs from your assembly members to make sure your troop leaders know that you were here. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay. He does. Dr. Selcraig, did you have a comment, or was that left over from an earlier one? Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Back to the consent agenda, 9A2, Resolution AR 2009-43, Anchorage Turn Off the Screen Week. Mr. Birch, you pulled this.
I did. Move to approve.
Any objection to passage of this item?
I had a question primarily relating to the timing, and that there's a potential for potential for a runoff election on May 5th in our mayor's race, and if we're encouraging aside from people probably turning off their screens because they get tired of watching political ads, the question was, is there any sort of an issue with this trying to impact that runoff?
Well, I think that's a very valid question. Who introduced this particular item? Did this come from the mayor? Okay, Mr. Flynn, you want to speak to that, please?
I sure hope it does.
Mr. Birch, about all I can say from the administration perspective is that the week was chosen in Washington. So if you don't like the week from Washington's perspective, you should write Congress and the Senate.
Oh.
Or the White House.
Call Mr. Begich's office. That's right. Okay. All right. Mr. Birch, is that it on that item? Okay.
Madam Chair, the other alternative besides to writing your congressman might be to vote no, if that's what you'd like.
That is a very good point, Mr. Coffey. Thank you. And what is the wish of the body on this item that is before us? There was a motion to approve, and it was seconded. What's the wish of the body? Okay, want to vote? Okay, let's vote. Then if those who want to vote no against turning off the screen in that week on April 20th to 26th can do so.
Dr. Selcraig? Mr. Birch?
That passes 8-2, with Mr. Starr and Mr. Coffey voting to keep the screens on.
Madam Chair, my vote was a protest against Washington setting dates for Anchorage, Alaska.
While we're at it, can we talk about daylight savings time, please? I think that's even more important. Okay. Let's see. I had Mr. Flynn and Mr. Coffey both made their comments on this item, so we're done with you. Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's see. 9B1, Resolution AR 2009-36, resolution of the Assembly to achieve cost savings to municipal taxpayers for Assembly member meals. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Seconded by? Okay, Ms. Gray-Jackson, thank you. Any discussion on this item? Yeah. Okay, who pulled this one? Mr. Birch, would you like to begin?
I think this is I'm struck by the fact that this was actually introduced by folks who are looking to save in the $10,000 range, following votes to approve, $60 million in additional expenditures. So it just seems like it's counterproductive. I believe there was an amendment proposed, at least I saw there, but I'm struck by the modest impact that this would have. And it seems like we need to be focusing on the larger picture, the larger expenditures, and the area where the majority of our expenses come in this city are in our labor agreements. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
No, I'll wait.
I have one, too.
I'll try my amendment for yours.
It's amazing to me how many things change and still remain the same. About 2 years ago, there were a couple of us that tried to create a budget that was going to save the taxpayers some money and actually just basically stabilize our budget. And at that time, it was suggested by an assembly member to do the same thing with the meals, but that same assembly member and the mayor said that any adjustment in the millions would mean that we'd have to lose fire, police, transportation, and that the city was not going to be well for it. And here we are again, and we're talking about millions in deficit and even more millions, which I understood from the previous mayor that was only 4% of the budget. He didn't seem to think that 2 years ago. Anyways, and we have to make some rather large decisions, and they're going to be hard decisions, and none of it's going to feel good. And I will probably support this amendment because I don't really care if I get a meal or not. I can bring a brown bag. I probably will support it with a couple of the amendments. But I hope in supporting this that I will have then the support of the two authors as we make those big decisions and as we make those cuts that are in the millions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Ms. Osiander.
I move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
If I could speak to that?
Yes, go ahead.
I've been vice chair of this body for 2 years, and each time I conferred with the then chair about what was included in this budget category. Our budget category includes the clerk's office, it includes the ombudsman's office, it includes a number of things. And I have had now a conversation with Ms. Drummond and asked her to present all assembly members with a summary of what's included in that budget so it can be looked at a little more holistically than this. I have at least 2 or 3 suggestions I'd like to make for savings in the department, but I don't think this picking one item out and presenting that is the best way to go. So I think the better approach is slow down, look at the department, and come up with what we think will work. So urge support for my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander, and I appreciate your comments, and I want to apologize to the rest of the Assembly. I have been looking at the Assembly's budget, which includes the Assembly, Assembly Council, the Clerk's Office, elections, and the Ombudsman's Office. And I believe we also have a couple of offices in common with the administration, the Internal Audit and the Equal Rights Commission. And we will be addressing the cuts overall to this department later on this week, and I hope to make a presentation regarding the cuts to our department at the end of the work session on Friday. And the clerk has passed out the Assembly budget overview. It doesn't go into as much detail, but if you like, you can get into it on the Muniverse and look at what each budget item actually consists of. Mr. Coffey.
I speak in support of Ms. Osiander's motion. We've got a substantial amount of money we need to deal with, and to deal with it piecemeal is inappropriate. And also I note, and I hope we all got this, the resolutions from salaries and emoluments dated 2004 and 2008, and the memo from the clerk concerning those. I think it's much more appropriate for the leadership of the Assembly to deal with the clerk and make recommendations to this whole body how we're going to get savings that are significant in nature. This doesn't save money. This just spends money in a different fashion. And I would prefer to do it in a far different manner. And if my dinner costs $46, we're getting overcharged, and I'd be happy not to eat. I'll bring my own, and I'll eat a lot better for far less than $46. But I don't believe that's the cost either. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Birch.
Comments have been said. I would support postponement for the reasons stated. Thanks.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't oppose postponing this, and I would agree that we need to look at the entire department's budget as a whole. I feel like I ought to explain, and I do agree with what both Mr. Birch and Mr. Coffey said. This is a very small savings. It's $13,200. The reason that I put this forward and spoke with Ms. Gray Jackson about it, and we decided to come forward with this, is I think most of the public don't understand that the 11 of us, and as far as I know, Mr. Coffey, the math does work, 13,200 divided by 11, and I included the acting mayor since he is still technically an assembly member. I know that complicates everything that we do with these days. We receive a paycheck every 2 weeks that is significant. And in addition to that, the taxpayers not only pay us a salary, but they shell out money to feed us at these assembly meetings. And, you know, these are extraordinary times. We're talking about eliminating people's jobs. We're talking about putting people on the unemployment line. And yet we still think the taxpayers ought to feed us. And I do find that objectionable. And we are, as Ms. Johnston said, going to have to make some very hard choices. And I agree with you. And they're not going to be easy in any way, shape, or form. But I think we can afford to pay for our own meals. Even our legislators in Juneau don't get free meals. If you show up at the Legislative Lounge in the Capitol, you better have cash or your checkbook with you because they don't get a free lunch. But we do get a free meal. And I just think, you know, to me this is akin to, you know, a bank getting $25 billion in federal bailout money and then buying a fancy corporate jet. We're not dealing with things on those terms. We're not at that level. But we can afford to fly coach. You know, we can afford to buy our own meals. I don't again object to postponement because I do think it's right that we deal with the entire department's budget. But I think this is a luxury item that we can definitely do without. And even though it's small, I think it's symbolic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank my colleagues for their comments and their opinion on this resolution. But just for the record, I just want to say since I've been on the Assembly, I've never eaten a meal in the back room, nor have I eaten anything during work sessions that's been paid for by taxpayers. But that's just my personal behavior, quite frankly. And Ms. Osiander asked for more detailed, and she seemed to think that the entire Assembly department needs to be taken into consideration. But I'd just like to make a few points here. First off, we're referring to one organization, that's 1010 Department ID, that's the Assembly, just us. In that budget, there is $13,200 for just us. And what's bought out of that budget is meals for work sessions and for Assembly meetings and other refreshments. Just a little history. In 2005, there was $24,950 budgeted for that purpose, and $19,945 was expended. In 2006, $13,200 was budgeted, and $18,271 was expended. In 2007, $13,200 was budgeted, and $15,166 was expended. In 2008, $13,200 was budgeted, and $13,615 was expended. This year, it's $13,200, and as of, I believe, February 15th, we're just up to $713. But I set out that to just give a little bit of history. I was prepared for the history involving this food budget. But with that said, I have no problem if the body wishes to postpone this and take this into consideration with other budget cuts. I'm more than happy to honor their wish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Dr. Selcraig.
I would just request that if we do postpone this and we do reconsider it and we do bring it back, that we leave the option to not necessarily have to buy into the food. In other words, I'm with Mr. Coffey. I just as soon bring my own lunch than to pay $46 for, and not to, well, I will say that we have stimulated the economy for a lot of small businesses in town. I mean, it isn't that, we've had a variety of food. But anyhow, I'm happy to postpone it. I do agree that there are probably bigger fish to fry. But if I do want the option to bring my own lunch, if that's what the deal is.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Gutierrez, did you have another comment?
I did. Dr. Selcraig brought up a point that I think it's important to clarify. For the public, I don't want anybody to think we're eating steak and lobster back there. We're not. We're not eating fancy meals. We buy our meals from local vendors, and so it does go back into the local economy. And as far as opting out or bringing our own, I would support that too. I think the only goal that I would like to achieve with this is that the taxpayers don't end up having to feed us. I think we can afford to feed ourselves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. The clerk reminded me that it's budgeted at about $13 per person per meal. Mr. Starr, do you have a comment?
No, just as the overall review of the budget, we're still haggling over whether we need to grow our personnel with the budget analyst. And, those are bigger decisions. Those are $80,000 decisions, and I was overruled on an amendment. It's that kind of debate that I hope we have again if we're talking about the budget and the use of the assembly funds for such things. So I'm happy to have things like this come forward, but if we're going to have it told to us, I'd like a forum that we can debate it as well. So there's bigger topics here, budget analyst position, growing government, that's as vital to who's feeding us, and I would urge the chairman to set something up like that.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Please attend the work session this Friday, unlike last Friday, and you can participate in the discussion on the budget items. Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson, one more comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one comment. So that the public knows, the budget analyst position is not growing government. It's a position that's been authorized in the budget for a long time, and it's still authorized. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. The motion before us is to postpone indefinitely. Was that it, Ms. Osiander? Okay. Is there any objection to indefinitely postponing this item? And we'll bring it back in the discussion of this budget.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. We're postponing indefinitely? Or we're postponing this to take it up later with a broader discussion of the budget?
To the maker of the motion.
It's simple expediency, Mr. Gutierrez. It can certainly come back. I don't begin to know a date certain at this point. I don't begin to know if it's the exact same wording that should come forth. Postponing indefinitely is not necessarily killing an item. It's just saying that this particular one is not timely right now. So, yes, my motion was to postpone indefinitely, sir.
Okay. And, Mr. Gutierrez, I'd like to remind you that this item will be taken into consideration by by myself and the Vice Chair and the Clerk as we work through this budget process before we make a presentation to you on Friday.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I like the ideas in it, but I also have some ideas. Thank you. Okay. Do we need to vote on postponing it indefinitely?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there objection to postponing it indefinitely? Seeing no objection, that is postponed. Thank you. Next item, 9B6. Mr. Birch pulled this one. Resolution AR 2009-55, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in opposition to instituting the death penalty in Alaska. Mr. Birch, I need a motion first, please. Can I have a motion to approve? Okay, Ms. Gray Jackson, and second, Mr. Gutierrez. Thank you. That's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Mr. Birch?
I just don't agree with the resolution.
Okay, that's fine. Ms. Osiander?
Well, I mean, it happens that I do agree, but my plea and what I wanted to ask this body is to not spend a lot of time on this issue, which we basically have nothing to do with and no say in, and I doubt if the legislature particularly cares what action we take one way or the other. So, I mean, I'll vote for it, but I don't particularly relish us spending a lot of time on this.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your sentiments exactly, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Coffey.
Yeah, and I want to echo it. We have relations with the legislature that are predominantly financial and the need for revenue sharing and TORAs and these second injury funds and payments and so on, about which we are knowledgeable and so on, and we know the things that are going on. I would prefer not to address these kinds of things, particularly when as Ms. Osiander says, it's nothing there. And one of the problems with doing it is when you make a statement like that, then what I'm fearful of is someone who is strongly in a different camp from the one we might be in, that can have repercussions on other things which are over which are far greater local concern than this. My personal thing is, I think the death penalty is so fraught with peril that I would hate to do it. It seems like we execute the wrong people and we make mistakes all the time. But I don't know that. I don't know enough about it. So I just soon leave it alone, let them deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selkirk.
I'm sorry. I know I'm happy to vote on this evening, but I'm sorry that it's before us as well, partly because it's such a divisive issue, and I think in the community it's a struggle to find those common community goals that unite us, and this is definitely one that will trigger people who have common goals around community activities to be less likely to be working together. But I do think it is an important issue, and I'm happy that it's being taken up by the state, and I will vote tonight based on what I think is appropriate in my conscience.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can understand and appreciate the concerns of Assemblymember Osiander and Burge and Mr. Coffey, because every time we bring forward a resolution showing how we think about something that's being acted on in Juneau, they have the same thing to say. But I've been around long enough to know that we have done this many, many, many times, and it does make a difference what our local community has to say in regard to what they're doing on our behalf in Juneau. And I think this is a very, very important statement that we're making here this evening, and I would encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution. And if you want me to sit up here and go through the 15 points why, I'll be happy to spend the next 20 minutes and do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I generally agree with the concept of focusing on things that are specific to Anchorage as opposed to more general like this. That said, I did note in our municipal priority list in our legislative program, we noted a need for increased funding of criminal justice activities, courts, attorneys, probation officers, prisons, and so on and so forth. And in the testimony that's already come forth in the discussion of this particular piece of legislation, a lot of costs have been identified. And I, would, for one, would be concerned if we're diverting our scarce resources from the criminal justice enforcement issues that we know are important to this program. I think it would be problematic for our community and would countervail the concerns we've already expressed. That's all I have to say, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I'm sure if we asked for a summary of economic effects on the city of Anchorage as a result of that, it would be pretty phenomenal. Mr. Starr, comments?
Yeah, I'm going to vote no. I could only vote my personal views here, and I haven't really had a chance or an opportunity or forum really to poll my community, and that's my job up here is to represent my constituent base, and I can't really say what they would want me to do, so I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Birch?
Yeah, I'd move to postpone indefinitely.
Let's see. Move to postpone. Is that a debatable item?
Yes.
Okay. Do we want to debate postponing, or shall we finish our comments and then vote to postpone the item? Or do you want to just vote on postponing the item? Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
For the reasons that Ms. Selkirk said, that it is a divisive issue, which is Mr. Flynn makes good points. There's evidence that it's more costly. It's certainly applied in difficult ways. There's another level that says you've got to do it if you want to have criminal justice enforced. Nobody knows that this body knows the answer. I don't want to divide this body along opinion lines on something like this. So I supported the motion to postpone indefinitely, and I would urge others to do so. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Birch? Okay. And let's see. Mr. Coffey, you already had your say. Mr. Gutierrez?
Madam Chair, this is a divisive issue, and it's one that we've heard from our constituents on and in both ways and on either side of this. And I do hear the argument that we don't want to step on perhaps the wrong toes when we go to Juneau, but part of our job is to have the courage to do what we think is the right thing to do. And occasionally I've seen this body do that. I'm sorry. Was that trying on your patience?
No.
I think that postponing it indefinitely without voting it up or down is a rather cowardly way to try to kill it. If you don't like it, vote no. Vote your conscience. I know some of us have the courage to do that. Vote your conscience.
And
voting yes may not be necessarily a popular vote. Some of us will have to do that because it's what our conscience tells us to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Dr. Selcraig?
I'm not going to be supporting the postponement because I think the issue has been raised, and once the issue is raised, I'm clear where I stand on it. However, I do think we need to not assume that this discussion has anybody at the table that isn't reflecting on their conscience. I think that these are hard things to figure out, and there is this effort in this body to try to keep what we do here at a municipal level municipal. But since it's been raised, I'm clear about how I'll vote, and I'm ready to do it. And so I'm not going to vote to postpone.
See, I have Mr. Coffey seconded. I don't know how that works. I'm sorry, who's got the question?
Call the question.
Okay. The item before us. The item before us is to move to postpone indefinitely. Please vote. An item voting yes will postpone it, voting no will not postpone it, and we'll then take a vote on the item. That item fails to be postponed by 4 votes yes to 6 votes no. The item is again before us to vote. Let's vote. Yes approves the resolution, no does not. That item passes 8-2. Let me alert the body. It is now appears to be about 6:20. I would like to begin the public hearing items at 6:30, and we have a number of other items to deal with. Aren't we supposed to start? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Item number 9B7, Resolution AR 2009-56 is before us, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to ensure that public transportation continues at no less than the service levels available as of January 1st, 2009. That was pulled by Ms. Gray Jackson. A motion would be in order.
Move to approve.
Okay. Let's see. What do I have? Okay. Ms. Osiander moved. Mr. Coffey seconded. Thank you very much. Ms. Gray Jackson, you pulled this one. Go ahead and make your first comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry I was on the last
quite all right.
vote. Anyway, the reason why I pulled this is because I think everybody knows here nobody believes in public transportation as much as I do, and I say that for a lot of reasons. Because I've been a rider for 21 of the 27 years that I lived in this community. I worked for transit, and I'm a big-time supporter of public transit in every single way. I saw the bus barn being built in the early 80s, and it was built for 200 buses, and we don't even have half that number of buses there. I support this resolution, but the one thing that I don't support is number 3. And number 3 is basically saying information technology projects should be deferred and the IT administrative budget should be reduced. And I appreciate the fact that the sponsors of this resolution not only came forward with asking the body to save public transportation, but also offered up some remedies. But I think that during the budget process that we may take a little bit of time and find other ways to save money. And there may be some savings that can come from the IT department, but right now, this one big project that is just about to fruition in the IT department is the new web interface. And that's really an important part of our community in many, many ways. So with that said, I'd like to make a motion to delete Section 3. Can I have a second?
Okay. Well, who was the second? Mr. Gutierrez, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. You have moved to delete item 3 from the now therefores, items lines 34 through 36. Okay, comments. Mr. Gutierrez?
Madam Chair, I was in the queue on the main motion. I don't have any comments
all right.
on the amendment.
Go ahead and pull yourself off then, okay. Ms. Osiander?
I want to urge the body to remember that this is only, as a resolution, a statement of general intent. There are some things in this that I could take exception to, but I'm going to vote for it just basically to send a message to the administration that public transportation is a priority. Personally, I could live with some maneuvering around in this department, not cutting routes, and I don't know if the solution is in IT or not. But I think just supporting the resolution would send a message to the administration that we believe in this as a basic priority. So I'm going to urge, instead of spending a lot of time debating the specifics in it, to just look at the big picture, because that's really all it is a resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Coffey has a question on your point.
Question is, did you speak then in opposition to the motion to eliminate that third paragraph?
Well, I'm kind of looking down there trying to urge Ms. Gray Jackson to not get too entrenched in it. If it's essential to her, I can probably go along with her amendment, but just I think I said what I need.
All right, I just didn't know if you were going to vote yes or no on the amendment.
Well, I'm not sure either, depending on how down a wormhole we're going to get on this thing.
Madam Chair, Ms. Osiander, I really appreciate your comments. And what you did say is that we don't know if there's going to be savings to be had in IT. So that's another reason why I don't want to pinpoint IT. I would rather just say finding savings, period, than to pinpoint IT. Why are we pinpointing IT?
That's right. Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Let's have a comment from Dr. Selcraig and then Mr. Gutierrez.
I appreciate Ms. Osiander's comments. I think that this was written to some degree out of frustration because we have already cut bus service. So we've got people out there right now who didn't have buses, during the holiday that we had last week. They've cut routes to Eagle River. And so there are people experiencing the limitations of not having bus services right now. So the idea was to bring to the administration's attention that this body, and I'm hoping that we will agree, doesn't think that that's an appropriate place to cut. And the choice of selecting IT is that we had asked for it's been almost 3 weeks now, we've been asking for the recommended cuts from the department heads, so it was really difficult for any of us to actually have a sense of what other options were specifically. But although I have great appreciation for IT, it has a very, very kind of abundant budget compared to other departments. And it's really it's a department that 8 to 10 years ago didn't really exist. And it's an expensive, wonderful, creative department, but I don't think that it is as essential as buses. So it was put there, I think, as an indication of the kind of value that we need to bring to this discussion. And that is that if we have to cut or slow down the web page or some aspect of our IT, it seems more appropriate than buses. So I think symbolically it's kind of a statement that we recognize that IT is probably not as essential and that there are other departments. I'm open to doing whatever the will of the body is in terms of number 3.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
and this is on the motion to
This is on the motion to amend.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is on this resolution, but I have to give all the credit to Dr. Selcraig, and I think she's got precisely the right idea here. And what we're trying to do is express an opinion on priorities, which is something we have not had the opportunity to do in this process. And I've heard more than one assembly member from different sides of the fence, so to speak, express frustration there. I will support the amendment. Because I don't think it materially damages the resolution, and I know that Ms. Gray Jackson is supportive of the resolution itself. I think this is the right thing to do, so I think if we can move this forward, I think we ought to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Klayman, weighing in.
I just want to make a correction that Dr. Selcraig is not accurate. The bus route in Eagle River has not, we have indicated a plan to stop that route, but that would not take effect until July 1st. So in Eagle River, the 2 bus routes that we've scheduled for cancellation have not been canceled, and the buses are still running on those routes. We did cancel service on 3 holidays, but those 3 Eagle River routes have not been stopped, and I think the suggestion that those routes are not running today is not accurate, and I want to correct that. With regard to IT, I think Ms. Weddleton can address it in more detail, but there's a lot of fixed costs in IT that make it very difficult to cut in to try to take all the money from IT to pay for the buses would actually decimate the IT department. But Ms. Weddleton can explain that more.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Mr. Coffey, comment?
I don't think the resolution says the bus service in Eagle River is closed now, and I don't think Ms. Selkirk said it. I think she referred to the President's Day closure. Be that as it may, I don't have any particular problem with deleting this because well, first of all, we're not really part and parcel of what the administration has done, and Mr. Gutierrez said it correctly. We don't have any say-so in what is happening over there. We learn about it after the fact. However, here's what I learned, and I didn't know much about transit when I got here, but what I learned is that a substantial portion of our working population at the lower end of the economic spectrum is absolutely dependent upon transit to get to and from their jobs. And if we don't provide it with a subsidy, and I've heard numbers over the years. The one that sticks in my mind is about $1 to $1.50 a rider. If we don't provide the transit service, that $1 we spend or $2 we spend getting a working man to or woman to and from their job is going to cost us way, way more money in all the other social nets that we provide for people, unemployment, food stamps, and on and on and on. And in tough economic times, you make it tougher. To what end? I don't see the end. And I would look for alternatives to cutting bus service. And so, therefore, I'm going to support this, and both the amendment and the resolution itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selkirk?
Well, I would just like to mention, I think that the IT is worth looking at, and I think it's worth talking about, because I appreciate that the mayor pointed out the memo that we just, I think, all got today, but I took a little bit of time to read it. But the fact is we do have a 5-year replacement cycle on our computers, and we have a 3-year replacement cycle on our laptops. And if we chose to defer that for 1 year, we would gain $549,000. And there's kind of the explanation that this would put us in the danger of having non-functional computers, and that there's kind of this danger that we would fall into. Well, I'm at the university. I'll tell you, the university does not have a 5-year replacement plan. I think that to some degree, the choice to replace computers every 5 years is driven by tax and depreciation. And I think I'm not assuming that we'll never buy a computer, but considering that we are in a serious bind with a $17 million deficit, it seems to me it's things like this we need to be thinking about. And so, whether you vote for 3 or not, the fact is this is an example of the kind of thinking when I don't have any money in my life, I don't replace my computer. And it works fine. I just go 1 more year. So it's this kind of thinking, I think, that would be useful to us. And I'm not really going to support the deletion of number 3, because I think that we have to understand there's probably a variety of things that we're used to being able to purchase every year that we may need to defer in order to meet the $17 million.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Again, this is on the deletion of item 3.
Well, actually, I have one comment I'd like to make. I really appreciate Mr. Coffey's comments about public transportation, because it sounds as if he supports public transit as much as I do. Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Okay. Ms. Weddleton.
Through the Chair, I would like to remind the Assembly that if the Assembly desired to skip a year of purchasing new computers, that moratorium would not be a cut to the IT department. It would be a cut to all of the other budgets, because that's where the departments budget for computer purchases and photocopier purchases.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I'm going to put in one more. I don't think it's appropriate to identify where the cuts should be coming from. We can do that at the work session on Friday. and I will be supporting this deletion. Please vote on deleting item 3.
Madam Chair, I'd actually
Mr. Klayman.
clicked in for a comment. To follow up.
Microphone.
Sorry. Turned it on and it turned off without my noticing. One of the other things that the departments are doing, because they're under instructions to scrub their budget and find savings where there can, many departments already are delaying purchase of new computers. We have an effort to try to replace in a certain time frame, but when departments discover that they're in a tight budget, they today already make decisions to defer purchase of computer hardware for a year or more to make savings. So those kinds of savings are already being realized in the budget today within the departments where most of the computers are paid for.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, please vote on to deleting item 3, lines 34 through 36 from the resolution. A vote yes deletes the item. A vote no retains it.
Mr. Birch, Mr. Coffey?
That item is deleted. It passes 9-1. Okay. Dr. Selkirk, you didn't vote?
Why didn't I do it? Because there's a question of why I voted, because I just assumed that this be a unanimous as possible resolution so that the mayor knows that we are standing together. So I'm trying to listen to my fellow assembly persons and be reasonable.
Mr. Gutierrez, you have one more comment before
on the main
vote?
on the
yes,
main
on the main motion,
yes,
please.
I very, very strongly support this resolution. My name's on it, otherwise, I don't put my name on stuff I don't support. But
thank you, Mr.
This is what has frustrated me most about the budget cutting process, and I don't envy the acting mayor his job. He couldn't pay me enough to do it right now or at any time. But from my perspective, with the cuts that we've seen, we've treated new laptops the same as new firefighters. We've treated getting poor people to work the same as, I don't know, pick something else out of the budget. Everything is the same. There's been no setting of priorities. And to me, this ought to be perhaps not the top priority, although I'm an ardent believer in public transit. It ought to be near the top. On the days that we've cut, and first of all, while Dr. Selkirk doesn't need me to point anything out for her, she had it exactly right, Mr. Mayor. She says implementation in July to eliminate local people mover service in Eagle River, routes 77 and 78. The resolution acknowledges they haven't been eliminated yet, but it's proposed in July. On the dates that we're proposing to cut service, there are still people who need to get to work. And they are people who can least afford to, say, take a cab from Eagle River to the Diamond Center area where they may have a minimum wage job, and then another cab to someplace else in Midtown where they may have another minimum wage job, and then a cab back to Eagle River. They may spend more on transportation in that day than they make. These people, in this kind of economic times, who are trying to hold down a job, we ought to be making it easier for people to hold down a job. We ought to be making it easier for them to get to and from work at multiple works, multiple jobs, and that's why I support this resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I think we need to move on with it. Everybody has already made a comment except myself, and I'd really like to make my speech on public transportation.
I have one comment, too.
I have Mr. Birch, Dr. Selkirk, and then Mr. Klayman, and then we really need to move on. Mr. Birch, go ahead.
Yeah, I will not be supporting this. We're in this pickle because we overspent our budget last year. We approved a budget we couldn't afford. We approved contracts we can't pay for. And I think we need to have everything on the table, and that includes revisions that may be necessary in the public transit system. So I think pulling anything off the table, whether it's IT or transit, I think is inappropriate. I think we need to have the flexibility to go in and revise any component of the budget that's necessary to balance things. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Dr. Selkirk.
I appreciate Mr. Birch's comment, and I actually do think we have a big revisiting to do. I don't disagree at all. The reason I brought forward the bus issue is because it's immediate, and actually I plan to bring forward something regarding fire next week. But we've got these immediate core services I think that we at least as a body need to express concern about in terms of cutting them. But I also think I truly think that the way to address this budget problem is not do it piecemeal. I think we have to revisit our budget all the way down to the bones, figure out what our priorities are, make sure we're taking care of them, and rebuild a good budget. So I look forward to that conversation, and I promise you I'll bring something else for the topic next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Klayman.
Just want to, in response to Mr. Gutierrez's comment that we don't have any sense of priorities, we have worked incredibly hard in looking at the budget to try to find ways to both preserve services to the maximum extent possible. For example, although we have delayed hiring police and firefighters, we have not laid off a single firefighter and we have not laid off a single police officer. Our goal has been to protect jobs, minimize any loss of service, and recognizing that if we took it all out of one department, that would be unacceptable to the entire community. I think I identified earlier we could cut people mover entirely, we could cut parks and solve the budget challenge. And I don't think there's a person on the Assembly that would consider that acceptable, certainly not acceptable to me. We've got 55% of the budget is roads, police, and fire. We can't solve this challenge without taking something from those departments. And once we've taken from those departments, we have to find some in other departments. So we have worked hard to preserve service as best as possible. We've spent an enormous amount of time looking through how to make cuts. And the code and the charter make very clear, just as the normal budget process is that the administration proposes a budget to the Assembly, we are using our duty to basically make cuts and not spend the money to try to protect the best interests of Anchorage in a balanced way. And I think Mr. Birch is right that we have to look at all areas, and that's what we've done. I think the priorities that we have followed have been consistent with the same kind of priorities that anyone on the Assembly would have. And when you look at the scope of the challenge, there are no easy choices. And there will be services that are going to have to be cut. And finally, I'd note as to the bus service topic, in the spring, at first quarters, in 2008, we added additional buses to the more heavily used routes. One of the discussion points we had was, should we cut those additional service on the more heavily used routes, which we are seeing a significant increase in ridership and serving more people, or should we cut the routes in Eagle River? And although those don't take effect until July, the reason that we chose the routes in Eagle River is that we are actually providing more service for the dollars by getting more buses on the more heavily used routes than on one that has consistently underperformed. And at some point, we have to make tough choices. It isn't easy, but that's what we're doing, and I think those priorities are consistent with what anyone on the Assembly would do in the same place.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Mr. Coffey and then Ms. Oceana.
Mr. Klayman, if you ask us, you might find out whether or not we agree with you, and if you would treat this as a collaborative effort as opposed to somehow evidencing a belief, which I don't believe to be true, that you have a better wisdom and knowledge and experience how to do this, then you might not find us questioning some of the things you do. But what we get is announcements. We are not a partner in this process with you. You're doing what you think the charter says you should do. Okay, fine, go ahead. But when you do it, then you're going to get questions from us like this because we're not engaged. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Ms. Oceana.
Mr. Coffey, I very much welcome the question.
Excuse me, I have the floor.
Ms. Oceana, go ahead.
You know, I have so many things I'd like to say in response to you, Mr. Mayor. One of them is certainly what Mr. Coffey just said. And what you're going to hear very shortly on this resolution is a strong statement from this body about where priorities should be. To say that you're maintaining services when you're eliminating bus routes that have been in place for over 30 years, that the long-range transportation plan that this body adopted that are supposed to guide this city said that we were going to put more buses on the Glen Highway rather than do upgrades on the Glen Highway. You're going counter to an adopted plan that this city is working forward. So I could get pretty passionate on this. I really don't want to because this is a simple statement of our intent. And as such, I hope you listen to it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Klayman.
Ms. Osiander, I hear you loud and clear, and the process that we went through in looking at these is the identical process that countless administrations have used in preparing budgets, which is go to the departments, get recommendations, discuss the issues, and move forward. There is no history of trying to have public meetings discussing every single priority. We certainly have made efforts to reach out to the Assembly. I met with all of you, except Mr. Starr, who chose not to follow up and schedule with us, but I met with all of you in January. I'm always open to meeting with you again. Call the office and schedule times to come in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to weigh in. If you could spare me a couple of minutes to make my speech, considering that I grew up in a well-served city by public transportation. I didn't even learn to drive until I was 23 because I didn't have to. We are not doing our children any great service by putting them in cars at the age of 16 and being concerned about them paying for the insurance, never mind what it costs to pay for roads. I'm sure if we had a summary of economic effects on our subsidization of the roads, folks, you would find that it would be significantly more than subsidizing the bus service. I am very supportive of this, and I think we need to be expanding bus service. The administration is working on, what do we call it now, recovery projects that include expansion of bus facilities. And if we're not expanding the bus services, then we're moving in the wrong direction to be canceling even the low-used routes in Eagle River. Put the small buses on those routes or send the anchor rides out there, something. But that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, and I think I'll stop now and I'll take it up another time. Okay, let's vote. As amended. That passes 9-1. Thank you very much. Next item is 9D. Hold on a second. Where are we? 9B, E, 9 Delta 7. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we have someone else make the motion to introduce?
This is liquor license renewals for a long list of businesses. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a disclosure, and since there may be a ruling that I have a conflict, I didn't want to make the motion to approve. My disclosure is as to the woodshed, which is one of many license renewals here. I represent the owners of the building that this business conducts its business in. Before the end of 2008, I completed leases for the business on behalf of the building owner. And I wanted to put that on the record so that everyone understood that insofar as the owner of the building is concerned, they are my client and I would certainly have a conflict. Whether or not that extends to the business in the building, I leave it to the body. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Do you hold a financial interest in this business of the woodshed?
No.
Okay.
Nor in the building, for that matter.
That's right. Do you have a private interest in this matter, which would make it difficult for you to act in the public interest?
To the extent that there's a private interest, it is this. As the representative of the building owner, the business pays rent, and they would want that to exist. And so what I did was I got this, is I read the application for renewal very carefully, and the public interest would say it's a long-time existing business, and they have no history of license violations and so on and so forth. In other words, they're no different than any other licensed business in that they operate a good business from the public record that was provided to us. So I believe that the public interest certainly outweighs my private interest, and I can vote in the public interest.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. And third question is, do you believe that if you participated in this matter, would this cause a loss of public trust in this body?
Well, since I made this full disclosure and discussed it, well, first of all, I hope not. Secondly, I believe not. But, that one there is hard for me to judge because I'm sort of judging myself. And so if the body believes it would diminish their trust in this body by my participating given those facts, that certainly doesn't trouble me, but I don't believe that I do. Thank you.
Okay. I believe that hearing Mr. Coffey on this issue, that he does not have a conflict in this case. If anyone on the body disagrees with me, I'd appreciate some comment. Otherwise, we should bifurcate this item. If everyone has agreed, then Mr. Coffey does not have a conflict and he should vote. Any other comments on this item? Okay, if not, please, any objection to passage of this resolution, of this memorandum, excuse me. If there's no objection, then it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Item 9D9, Assembly Memorandum AM 93-2009, 2009 grant to Greater Anchorage Incorporated in support of the Fur Rendezvous Winter Festival in the amount of $76,480. Ms. Osiander, you pulled it. A motion would be in order. Okay, let's see. Madam Clerk? Hold on one second. Let's get this, jumpstart this device here. Okay, you know what? I'm going to turn this off and turn it on again. Let me. Okay, is it there now? Okay.
He's back.
No, I don't see any. I don't see that. Okay. 9D. Okay, mine isn't cleared. Whoops. No. Can you?
Do you want me to just make it verbally, Madam Clerk?
Yes, go ahead for the time
Move
being.
to approve. May I speak to it?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
We'll
figure this out.
I did receive the information that said that there had been a reduction, but then the reduction vanished because there was a contribution from the utility company that more than made up for the reduction. I am going to approach all of these that we need to go of 5%. And as such, I'm going to make a motion that this dollar amount, oh, shoot, I didn't have my calculator. Give me actually a
It would be $3,700, $3,800.
$3,700?
$3,800.
All right. I move that we reduce the appropriation by $3,800.
Second.
Oh, there it is.
Question, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
I was told, I spoke with the president of Greater Anchorage Incorporated, the Fur Rendezvous folks today, and they told me that they had been subject to the reduction at the Department of Community Development, and on that basis, I told them I would not support a further reduction. Then you tell me the utility made a contribution equal to the amount that they reduced it by?
Well, more than. Is my understanding, based on the email that we got yesterday, is that there is 10,000 of this is from the utility. Is that correct?
Okay, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The history is that the city has made contributions to Greater Anchorage Inc. of between $40,000 and $90,000, $40,000 and $120,000, and ML&P has made independent contributions of different amounts. Since 2002, they've consistently given $10,000. That's been their history for what, I guess this would be the 7th or 8th year of that. So the ML&P board recently approved the $10,000 contribution that was there. That's as per municipal policy. The MOA contribution has been reduced by 10%.
Mr. Abbott, my memory when we initially put this in, I guess it was either a year ago or 2 years ago, was that we were going to slowly phase it down, and it wasn't going to be any kind of a commitment to ongoing funding at that particular level.
The process that started about 2 years ago, when Rondi was sort of on hard times and there was talk about municipal support for other winter events and things like that, was that, and I think the Assembly direction was pretty clear, that we were going to fund them for a couple of years, which I think would basically have taken us through last year, and see how they were doing. Our report on that outcome is that Rondi has made fabulous progress and is again sort of the event that many of us remember from many years ago.
Right.
So the administration has recommended essentially full funding. Now, in light of the budget challenge, we've tempered that with a 10% reduction.
All right. I remember the discussion, and I also remember them coming and saying that this was an emergency situation and they needed some help to get back on their feet. As such, I basically am going to support a continuing decline of that support, and so I'm going to urge my fellow Assembly members to go along with a very slight budget amendment to reduce the amount by $3,800.
Okay, that is an amendment to the amount. Could you give me the amount of the actual grant, Ms. Osiander?
The amount of the actual grant is, as stated in the memorandum.
No, I mean after the 3,800 has been subtracted, please.
Oh, so you wanted me to subtract 38 from
please.
7,648? Okay, just a second.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't bring my calculator.
Did you do it, Mr. Coffey?
Hey, Jenny.
380. Correct.
$72,656.
Okay.
Thank
A
you.
product of the Anchorage School District right there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flynn. And that's, and Ms. Osiander, I apologize, I missed what percentage that was. 3% or 5%? 5%, okay. All right, on the reduction, Mr. Flynn, comment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, there needs to be a second to that motion first, before we speak to it. Can somebody second that motion? Okay, there it is. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Okay, Mr. Flynn, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Referring to the email that Ms. Osiander and all of us received, the contribution made by Municipality of Anchorage and MLMP combined last year, 2008, was $83,867. The proposed amount in this Assembly memorandum, without Ms. Osiander's cut, was $76,480. That reflects a 10% cut in the Municipality of Anchorage's contribution already made. Already made. The aggregate ends up being 8.8% because the MLMP grant remained the same. Given that, I would respectively request that the members of this body vote no on Ms. Osiander's amendment.
Okay, Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I have a question of the administration. Does this grant include the work that the administration does as far as preparing the streets, or is this just a cash grant?
This is just the cash portion of the support. There's also a significant in-kind contribution, primarily associated with street maintenance and the traffic department.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments on the motion? Okay, the motion is before us. Please vote to reduce the grant to $72,756.
They never told them they were going to get ever.
That motion fails 4-6. The motion before us is to grant Greater Anchorage, Inc. $76,480. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Or is there, if there's no objection, I can just take it unanimously? Is there objection? Okay, seeing no objection, it's unanimous to approve it as is, as proposed. I'm sorry, did you wish to vote? Wish to vote? Okay, I apologize. Go ahead. I'm still in on the right memorandum here. Okay, go ahead and vote. That passes 9-1. Thank you. Okay, next item, 9D10, Assembly Memorandum AM 106-2009 to Campfire USA. Thank you. Ms. Osiander, first comment. You pulled it.
Me. I'm going to propose a 3% reduction, and that is, 21, 22. $2,250. And I'm noting this is less than the 5% that was the other one. So.
Okay, so that
which
should be
leaves
72,750. I can do that one in my head.
72,750.
Okay. All right, that, any discussion on the reduction? Dr. Selcraig?
I think that there's a difference between the things that we're looking at tonight. I think that the festival was, I think that the festival is a great idea and it's wonderful, but I don't think it's a core service. And I feel like this is a core service. I think after-school programs actually really matter, particularly in a time where people don't have much money and they have to pay for childcare. So I'm not going to be supporting this because, again, I think this is related to more directly to people's needs in their daily life. So I just going on the record that I won't be supporting this reduction.
Okay. Excuse me, folks, I need a second on this motion. Ms. Osiander moved it. Ms. Gray Jackson, thank you. Okay. Dr. Selcraig, thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This program is actually located in the Central Lutheran Church at the corner of 15th and C Streets, or 15th and Cordova, sorry. If I may briefly read from an email from Pastor Smith, this is a free program located in their church building. It is a unique partnership between the municipality, Campfire, and their congregation. The congregation's local organizing ministry has worked hard to identify the need and secure this funding to provide a safe place for Anchorage's at-risk kids. This small contribution by the municipality leverages an extraordinary amount of private sector match, including free use of the church facility. And a lot of wonderful efforts on the parts of the congregants. If you haven't witnessed it, I invite you to come join me. I would concur with Ms. Pastor Smith's other comment that it would be a shame to lose this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted everyone to note, if you look at the preliminary agenda for March 3rd, there's another $50,000 on for Campfire. So my question is, Mr. Abbott, what's the total grant to Campfire? Grants, whatever.
75,000.
No.
I'm sorry.
We got next week, we got 50,000 more proposed.
I'm sorry, for other Campfire programs.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I view this as sort of, money's kind of fungible to me, so.
Sure, no, Jenny's going to answer this.
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, there is an additional 50,000 that's being processed.
And any more?
No, that's it.
125,000 total.
Correct.
To Campfire. What was it last year?
Last year it was, they received a total of 75,000 last year.
I'm sorry, I don't hear well. And you speak very softly, dear.
They received a total of 75,000 last year.
Last year, and it's 125,000 this year.
The Assembly voted an amendment to increase by 50,000.
Yes.
Is what they received this year.
Okay. And this program that Mr. Flynn referred to is an after-school care program, right? And if I recall, Parks and Rec advised us that they just ended an after-school care program as part of its cuts. Is that right as well? That was I think it was the work session, not last week. It was at the work session. My memory sort of fails me from time to time.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Coffey, we did reduce the recreation in schools.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Jeff Dillon. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, sir.
We did reduce the RISE after-school program, but we were reducing it because we were unable to reach the after-school programs at the time that we wanted to, between 3 and 6. We've been more effective with our partnerships through the Campfire Boys and Girls Club and others. So we did not reduce our funding to these nonprofits programs.
Does the Parks and Rec make a contribution to them? Is that the source of funds for these?
No, these funds are specifically from the Department of Economic and Community Development. We work with them in the summer with our youth employment and parks program and in other ways to help support nonprofit groups.
Like Campfire?
Like Campfire.
What's the value of that? I mean, we're talking about Campfire, so I'd like to be specific if we might. So what is Parks and Rec spending with regard to the Campfire programs? And by the way, I say this, I go to the Campfire dinner, I support them financially, I make contributions. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a question of everybody sharing in the pain. So that's why I'm asking the questions. How much pain is there here?
Well, the pain is exorbitant for young children in after-school programs, particularly in high-need areas. And those we were specifically critical not to cut in our recommendations and budgets.
And they weren't cut, or they were cut?
They were not cut. The Boys and Girls Clubs were not cut. Those programs that were providing the 3 to 6 p.m. and the summer programs were off limits in our first budget go-through, sir.
What was cut then?
We cut some positions that had become redundant because we had been able to develop partnerships.
No, I'm sorry. You told us that there were some after-school programs that were cut.
Right. 2 after-school programs, but they were not able to do after-school. So, in essence, we were not providing the services we intended. They were providing 6 to 10 p.m. services at Sand Lake and others. We're continuing the baggage after-school program.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So, in other words, if we're going to have these programs, it's going to come predominantly from Campfire, almost exclusively.
Not exclusive from Campfire, but they are very effective. This is a unique arrangement. Campfire runs programs throughout the school district without support, but this one came from the community, the different church groups and the groups that were providing, scraping together to try to provide some nonprofits. Campfire came forward to help with this.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Osiander.
I hope we don't get into this is a good program, this is not a good program. This is an excellent program. There is nothing that I personally would be willing to work for more than before and after school care for kids. But we also are looking at eliminating bus routes for working people. We're looking at rolling shutdowns of fire stations. This is a 3% reduction to a program that we added in to the budget. I'll write them a personal check, but I do not think that it is out of line to cut 3%. I'm going to propose it for every single discretionary grant that comes to us, folks, everyone. I urge support.
Dr. Selkirk.
These are hard decisions, and I'm sympathetic to the argument that Ms. Osiander is making. However, while we're in this process of cutting, I think we have to be really smart about it, because one of the things is I'm a big convert to these after-school programs. The more you look at them, what is it? And the summer programs, it costs as much to put one child in McLaughlin for 9 months as it does to pay for a summer school program for a school. So what the thing is that it's a big bang for our buck. And our kids in this town, I actually think that our kids are a much bigger crisis than the $17 million deficit we have. We will solve this $17 million deficit this year. Our kids are in trouble. And our kids are in trouble to a great extent because parents aren't home, kids are wandering around. We pay a lot when kids don't function well. We pay through crime. We pay through failed, not graduating from school. These after-school programs are really constructive tools. And so I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to listen to Ms. Osiander more carefully on other things. I plan to support cutting other things at 3%. But I think cutting children's programs is not a smart way to save money. I don't think it's a smart way to do it. I think in the end, when we cut programs that support children, we'll end up paying more in the end. It's a very expensive thing to not have our children doing well, and they're not doing well right now.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I raised my son in Anchorage, and he was a product of after-school programs while I worked, and I don't know what I would have done without these after-school programs. But with that said, I would really like to see us deal with this particular Campfire appropriation or grant award and move on, because I remember in the work session on Friday, I think that I heard that the administration say that they were looking closely at all the grants that are out there, and can we let them do that and deal with this, what we have in front of us this evening? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of what Ms. Gray-Jackson just said, I'll be brief. I don't support this cut. I do support the notion that we have to make cuts, but in previous discussions on other issues, we talked about priorities. This is a priority. this kind of thing is an important area. The argument was made earlier that I disagree with about small cuts. This is a very small cut, but I don't disagree with making small cuts. But this, I think, is an area where we need to focus our priorities. One, as Mr. Flynn said, it will leverage more money from private sources, and two, it will ultimately 30 years down the road, reduce the costs to the taxpayers of this municipality. And so I think this has to be a priority. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. And if I could suggest to the administration on the next round of grants that come into the Assembly that you can bring it forward in the amount shown and then show the revision that you're proposing in the memo, and we can avoid a whole lot of conversation.
Will do.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. I would appreciate that, and I know everybody else would too. Seeing no more comments, please vote on this item. On the amendment to reduce it to $72,750, a reduction of 3%. That reduction fails 4 yes to 6 no. The main item is before us. Any objection to unanimous consent, or would you like to vote? Okay, it passes unanimously. Thank you. And next item, let me first apologize to the folks from the community councils and Spenard and other areas. We, as you can see, we're taking a lot longer to get through the first part of this agenda. Bear with us. It's time for a Federation of Community Councils. Item 9D11, Assembly Memorandum AM 107-2009, grant award to Federation of Community Councils, $108,000.
Second.
Okay, let's see. Hit your screen here, folks. Can't do it? Okay. Technology.
Are you on the right one?
But this is technology that the Assembly chose, folks. This is not IT's problem. Oh, we didn't. Okay. Well, then I'll save my comments for another time. I'd rather use the iPhones. We should use iPhones to do this. Huh? Yeah, I am. Yeah, it's on FCC. It's in there. Oops. Okay. All right. Mr. Coffey, did you move it? Okay. And Dr. Selcraig seconded. Thank you very much.
Madam
okay.
Chair.
Okay. I have Mr. Gutierrez first in line. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see there are some representatives from the Federation here, and I'd like to ask a couple of questions, if that's all right.
Yes, go ahead.
I plan to support this resolution. However, for many, many years, several members of this body in the past have been pushing this organization. We spend a lot of money sending out paper snail mail every month to various community councils, and we live in an information age and a technology age. Has there been any progress in converting councils more toward email distribution of information rather than paper distribution of information, which is very expensive?
Through the chair, my name is Jason Bergerson. I'm the chair of the Federation of Community Councils. I'm here with Ryan Stensel, one of our Finance Committee members, and Mark Butler, who manages our office. Assemblymember Gutierrez, we have been making progress. Our list used to be exclusively regular mail. It's now about 10,000 emails and 5,000 regular mail items. We're in the process of converting to a constant contact email system that will increase that to even more emails and less snail mail.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's the only question I had. I strongly support the Federation and the community councils in general. This is the very heart of participatory government, and I think we get very valuable input from our community council members, so I would urge support for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Stick around. I'm sure there'll be more questions. Ms. Osiander.
Questions?
Okay. You have okay. Anybody else have questions for these folks? Is there something specific you'd like us to know before we continue in our conversation?
One of the things, Madam Chair, the FCC has been working with a flat budget for 11 years now. Mm-hmm. We've tried to participate in controlling costs by not asking for more. We've been successful in increasing participation in community councils. We're up about 25% at our board meetings, and we've increased substantially the participation in local councils. We've reduced our staff from 2 to 1 1/4. We've increased the hours. We've reduced our rent by half in this current year. We've moved to a more central location in Midtown, just near the intersection of Spenard and Fireweed in the old United Way building. Our budget is quite meager. At $108,000, it pays for those staff and all of the contractual and professional services that goes along with the services we provide. Approximately 50% is for personnel and 50% for all other services. One of the things that we've done to increase participation is we participate in a group called NUSA, Neighborhoods USA, and they're all about encouraging public involvement and training and development. And just recently, we were awarded the 2011 NUSA conference. It's coming here to Anchorage. The last time it was here was 1993. ACVB had us over for a lunch last week and gave us these little awards. The estimated fiscal impact of that conference is over $1.1 million for the city of Anchorage. So our $100,000 investment goes a long way. So we appreciate your support, and we'll remain here if you have any questions.
Great. I do. How many people are you expecting to come to Anchorage for that conference?
We estimate between 800 and 1,000.
Okay, great. I think there's more questions. Hang around. Mr. Coffey?
No, I don't have any questions. I wanted to make a motion.
Okay. All right. So no more questions for this. If I just make a comment, I could almost declare a conflict of interest, as I was in your position about 5 years ago as chair of the Federation of Community Councils, and they have been working on the same budget as flat for a very long time. And if I'm not mistaken, this may be the only organization that's in the city charter that gets a grant. I don't believe there's any other organizations that have that ranking. Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
Yeah, Madam Chair, community councils are in the charter. The Federation is an independent, nonprofit corporation which has had a grant from the Assembly, from the city, to do services for the community councils. There's no Federation of Community Councils in our charter.
Oh, that is true.
Yeah. Now, what I'd like to do, and I just do have one question, but of the administration. Was this budget reduced as the others were? Or is this what we approved at 108?
This has not been reduced, Mr. Coffey.
All right. Madam Chair, I move to reduce it by 10%, which would make it $97,000 from $108,000. No, 10. Okay. That's what I said. I said 10. If people want to change it, then change it. But that's what I said.
Mr. Coffey has moved to reduce the grant to $97,000 from $108,000. Is there a second? Okay, moved and seconded. Comments on the
yes, if I might
motion?
move a comment on my amendment.
Folks, I think you can sit and listen. I appreciate your coming.
Here's my comment. The community councils are an important element in the public process. They are meant to be grassroots. I like to hear from the community council. I don't necessarily need to hear from the Federation of Community Councils. There is a very important public service provided by all the people who show up at community councils, and that's what is important. They don't ask for any money. So what I would suggest is when we are cutting everyone, that there's no reason that I can see that these folks should be exempt any more than many of these other programs which provide services and are worthwhile and so on and so forth. I don't think they should be exempt from that as any more than any others are. If you're establishing priorities and you're leaving them with $97,000, then that's a lot of money, and they should be able to perform their functions. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Osiander.
Well, I want to express my admiration and thank you for the recent work that the Federation has done. They were in sad disarray, and they have improved dramatically. However, I want to remind this body that we were adamant that we didn't want cuts to public transportation. We also don't want cuts to public safety. In good conscience, we have to cut places that hurt to make that happen. And so I'm going to be pretty consistent. When things come before me, I'm going to support small cuts to about everything. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Selkirk.
This is a really hard one. And the fact is that I think the Federation provides actually an essential service that really supports community councils and actually also supports the municipality in terms of disseminating information. I think that they play a really important role. I also think that the new leadership there has been extraordinarily effective. And but here we are, right? Here we are with $17 million, and we have to figure out where it comes from. So I'm going to support this, but I'm also going to, at the same time, I'm currently engaged in a political race, but assuming that that is behind me, I'm committed. I think we need to do an annual fundraiser for this organization. I think we need to, because I think there's a broad community support, and I think citizens, I think I as a citizen and citizens I know would probably be willing to participate, and I think that's got to be part of the future for the Federation because money's so tight. So I'm committed to helping with that. When you're ready to do that, I will put in time and effort around it. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that, no, the Charter doesn't task this body with establishing the Federation of Community Councils, but it does task this body with providing for community councils or whatever the language is, it's there. And this organization, as I just said, have not had an increase in 11 years, and other areas in the budget where we're cutting, there have been increases throughout the years. And I just think this is a really, really important part of our community, and I know firsthand because I go to the meetings, part of our community that we need to maintain what it is they do at that level for everybody in this community. So with that said, I will definitely not be supporting this reduction. Number one, it's a small amount, just like the $13,200 for meals was a small amount. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I think it's important for Assembly members to remember that the primary function of the Federation is providing direct services to the individual councils, providing communication services to those councils, helping get the word out, council agendas out, so that citizens in our community know when and where those meetings are, what the issues are to be discussed. So any cut to the Federation is going to be a cut to your individual councils in your district. That being said, yes, we do have to make cuts everywhere. I don't support a 10% cut. I might be willing to support a smaller cut than that. If the 10% passes, well, then it passes. But this will impact each of your individual councils. And at some point, those of us who go to our council meetings are going to have to stand in front of our council members and explain why we cut them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I actually have a question for Mr. Bergeson or Mr. Butler. Has there been any effort to get a donation to help support operations from the various member community councils, of which there are, what, 38?
There are 38 councils, Madam Chair. It is part of our plan next year. Part of the bid for this NUSA conference is to gear up over the next 2 years to actually increase staff to coordinate the conference. So as Dr. Selkirk mentioned and as you asked, we will be pursuing outside fundraising. We're forced to.
So can you start a little earlier?
I guess we will.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Butler, did you have any comments? Okay. Thank you very much. Any further comments? Seeing none, let's vote on reducing this item from $108,000 to $97,000. That fails 5-5. Remember, we need 6 votes to do anything. Ms. Osiander.
Move to reduce this budget by 5%.
Second.
Okay, what's that amount, please?
What was yours, Mr. Coffey? 10?
That would be $5,400,
Okay.
leaving the grant at $102,600.
Again, the product of the Anchorage School District.
Okay.
Hooray, Packers.
Ms. Osiander, Dr. Selcraig, do you have a comment?
You don't need to announce that.
Okay, fine. Okay. Ms. Osiander and Dr. Selcraig seconded it. Okay, please vote on the reduction. Seeing no further discussion, vote on the reduction to by $5,400. That passes 7-3. All right. Now, the item as amended, reduced at $5,400. Let's vote as a whole on the entire item. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. It passes 9-1. Okay, thank you very much. I think we need to take a dinner break now. I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. Let's try and be back in 20 minutes if we could. We have a lot more on the agenda tonight. The consent agenda, I believe we have about 7 to 9 items still pulled from the consent agenda, and as somebody said earlier, that's not much of a consent agenda. So let's try and do this and let the public go who's been waiting patiently this evening. If there's no objection, we're going to move into the 11s, folks. Thank you. I hear no objection. Okay, next item on the agenda is 11A, Assembly Memorandum AM 66-2009, Amendment Number 3 to Professional Engineering Services Contract with Lounsbury & Associates, Spenard Road, Reconstruction and Safety Improvements, Chester Creek to Benson Boulevard. $459,000, Project Management and Engineering. A motion would be in order.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander, are you on the list?
Well, yeah, my understanding is when we changed the bond, this number, either this project should be postponed or the number should change. Could I ask the administration for clarification?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Ms. Osiander. The project, as it's originally scoped, is still in place from basically Benson North. The only phase where we've requested construction funding in the 2009 bond, as you correctly indicate, is the Hillcrest North portion of that. We would still recommend Assembly approval of that we be allowed to continue the design effort for the rest of the project.
Mr. Abbott, there was a lot of discussion and several hundred names presented to us on a petition to give the opportunity to talk again about the scope. If we approve this contract, is it going to preclude that opportunity?
It does not preclude the opportunity to continue to discuss the project. In fact, that's primarily what this funding will be spent for, is the completion of the public involvement process and the design study report. Jerry, do you want to weigh in here with the details of that?
Well, that's not entirely correct. The funding that's asked for right here is to complete the design as proposed, to finish the go into Planning and Zoning Commission, seeking their approval, and to finish also the UDC Commission approval.
So, Mr. Hanson or Mr. Abbott, all right, Mr. Hanson, if the intent of this body is to throw into question the design that's already been put forth, what would be the appropriate action to take?
Through the chair, probably the appropriate action would be to fund at least the design of the section between Hillcrest and Chester Creek, and would also be looking at funding the design of the intersection of 27th and Spenard Road there because of serious accident problems at that specific location, even though we don't have funding of it.
I think that's why I asked the original question that I did, is shouldn't this be revised in some fashion? Since I believe the intent of the Assembly is a little bit different than just going forth with the design as originally presented. I'm not certain of that, but I think that's what the direction we're going.
Okay, thank you. There's several folks with
All right,
questions.
I'll yield.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Birch.
Specifically, based on our discussions during the bond, there are a number of us who think we need to not apply the same standards to Spenard that were applied to Arctic. In other words, we don't want to make a 4-lane road into a 3-lane road. It was my understanding that due to the press of safety and public access concerns and pedestrian concerns, that the Assembly supported reconstruction from, I believe it was Hillcrest down to Chester Creek during the discussion on the bond issue. My concern with approving this is that, you've got enough inertia and momentum that this is just going to kind of plow forward as a 3-lane. And I guess, and I would echo the comments made by Ms. Osiander, can we amend this to, put a stipulation that we, keep a 4-lane configuration, or how best to address this, short of just turning this down?
Okay. Mr. Coffey.
Through the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it is a question. Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Through the chair, there are probably 3 options that could be taken on this project. First of all, again, funding the full amount that we're requesting to finish the design. That's one option, whether that's acceptable or not. Second option would be funded at a reduced amount.
Okay, Mr. Hanson, I'm sorry, if you could get closer to the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Second option would be to fund it at a lesser amount that would fund the final design and getting ready to put this out to bid from Chester Creek to Hillcrest, and also, as I said, we think there's a fairly serious safety problem at the intersection of 27th Avenue and Spenard, even though we don't have any funding right now for the construction of that. But if we were able to get some from wherever, then we could do the work on that. And then and we would stop the design on the section between Benson and Fireweed. And then the third option would be fund even a lesser amount that would allow for only the design of the area between Hillcrest and Chester Creek. And, that would be the least we'd want, is absolute minimum, since it is in the bond package. Hopefully it's going to pass, and we would start construction this summer. We would need to have that final design bid ready.
If I might continue as a follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
What would we need to reduce that design budget from? You have $459,000 in here. Would you reduce it by 2/3, or do you have an estimate?
We do. I've asked for estimates from our project management group. To fund it's about taking $100,000 off to do the design for the second option that I described, and then it would be another $100,000 off to do the basic design of Hillcrest to Chester Creek. Basically, it'd be $259,000 to do the very least, $359,000 to do the second option, and $459,000 to do the entire project.
Okay, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you.
When I worked on the Spenard Road issue, that when it was before us on the bonds, I very much wanted to have the Hillcrest down to Chester Creek done because I could see the absolute necessity of that. I also told my fellow assembly members, and believe it, the necessity of this, to continue to look at what should be done at Spenard Road without some sort of commitment to 3 lanes, 4 lanes, or 5 lanes, not picking the path yet because of we heard substantial concerns from the business community along that road. And there's support for, both of these things. I don't want to commit to that, but I don't want to stop the process. So if I picked option 359, what would I get again? I just want to make sure I understand it.
What would be happening if we picked the middle option, the $359,000, is that, first of all, we would stop the further work on the design of the section between Hillcrest and Benson, but we would finish the design on the section from Hillcrest to Chester Creek.
Mm-hmm.
That's bid ready. Assuming we get the funds this summer, we'll be able to construct that. The other thing is that we will do the design of the realignment of the intersection at 27th Avenue and Spenard to
The ones that don't meet.
the ones that don't line up. Yes.
Thank you. And then, would we then have the option to continue the other things at a subsequent time, perhaps when money's a little more available? I'm talking about Hillcrest to Benson, and Benson down to 36th, and 36th on to Minnesota.
Well,
I mean, do we lose anything by not going the full way this time, other than the time?
Mr. Coffey, this project goes only to about, is it 30th or 31st Avenue?
Yeah.
30th Avenue.
30th, not 36th.
It does not go all the way to the intersection with Minnesota Drive. Okay, Mr. Hanson, go ahead.
What number is it?
By the not funding the entire width or length, we would, of course, stop the consultant from any further work on that section of the design. If in the future that it was decided to continue for a 3-lane section, then we would be back in front of the Assembly probably requesting additional money to finish the design on that. It would probably be more costly than if we finish it right now. If the decision is made to not construct it as a 3-lane section as proposed, then it would, a lot of the work that has been done would wind up being scrapped and would have to start redesign on it for whatever the proposed section is.
One last question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
On line 31 of AM 66-2009, the very first page, there's a provision here, conduct individual property owner and business owner meetings to mitigate impacts of driveways and so on and so on and so forth. Would that continue to be done or not? I'm interested in the idea of involving the business community as well as the residents along there. And is that what this is describing?
That's correct. And we have, as late as I think was last week, project management, our project manager and the traffic engineer met with the bakery to resolve some of their issues.
Okay.
So
my key was that would continue under options 1 or 2.
Actually, that probably would stop because we wouldn't have any funding on that. Our concentration would be on the to finish the design of the Hillcrest to
Yes,
Chester
I got
Creek.
that part.
Yeah.
And nothing from Hillcrest to Benson.
We would stop all work on that. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to say this and then I'm done. I say it again. I don't know what's the best for that area of our community. But I hate to see the planning process stop and the discussions with the interested people, residents and businesses along there, stop. Because we're doing this 27th and we're doing this Hillcrest, and if we don't do that, then the rest of it goes away. And if we do approve this, then we're committing to a design that a lot of the business people don't like. That's not a very good choice one way or the other, I guess is what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Selcraig?
I guess I'm looking for the option 4 as well. And it would seem to me I'm interested in doing Hillcrest, that piece of Hillcrest that we've talked about. And then I'm still a little confused about 27th. Is that, I guess I can't visualize where that is, but I guess is there an agreed upon problem there, even with the community? The community recognizes it's a problem as well?
Through the chair, yes, I believe that it's an agreement. It's an offset intersection. There's a high rate of accidents at that intersection.
Okay.
It's 1 block north of Northern Lights.
Okay, and is that going to preclude access to businesses? Because that's really been the issue. Will that Mr. Mayor?
Okay, Dr. Selcraig, there are several members of the audience that I'd like to call on regarding this issue.
I think that I have.
I understand.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm wondering if that fixing 27th is going to preclude access to businesses.
I don't believe it would preclude any access. We've already spent about $850,000 purchasing that property, and some of the other businesses would have probably better access from what we're doing at that intersection. Yes.
Then the third component is, as I understood it, is that you've got a preliminary design and you'd go to refining that preliminary, or you've got a preliminary design that you're ready to begin to have move through the approval process. And I think what I'm looking for is in that third component is to be able to make money available to you to revisit that preliminary design or that design that you have right now and resolve some of the conflicts that are there, not proceed to P&Z at this point, but actually take some more time with the community. What would it take to do that?
Well, through the chair again, March 2nd we're going to P&Z, which is next week, and then UDC I think is the week after that.
I'm wondering if you're proceeding with a design that the community, a great deal of the community is not comfortable with, and actually when we voted on the bond kind of expressed a lack of confidence in the design. Why are you proceeding to UDC, P&Z and UDC right now? I mean, why is there any possibility you can slow that down for 3 more months, resolve these issues with the people who are on the street? I mean, in other words, is this the 3-lane proposal?
I mean, we could go to, delay our time going to P&Z on that. Just pull it from the agenda. It takes a while to get on their agenda.
I know. I understand, but there's a desire to move the project forward, but if the project doesn't have consensus, I'm concerned about moving it forward. Okay, thank you. The chair's wanting me to slow down here.
Okay, Mr. Burke.
I'd make a motion to delete $200,000 from this proposal and to direct the administration to instruct the designer that it will be a 4-lane road through the design phase.
Excuse me, Mr. Birch. I have several members of the public who are anxious to address the body on this issue. If you could hold your motion until
well, at least we'll have if we have the motion in front of us, then we have something to speak to.
Point of information.
Yes, Ms. Osiander.
There's no public hearing on this. Is
I
there
understand.
A specific request for information? Because I really don't think we need advocacy right now.
Well, first of all, this project was cut significantly by this body on the bond issue without a whole lot of information. The contractor has proceeded. There was an open house last week at North Star Elementary School. There were dozens and dozens of people there, and the mood was very positive, and they got a ton of good feedback on this project. They have been working with every property owner along Spenard Road and resolving a lot of the issues. I met some property owners who are what I would call key property owners along this road, and I would like one of them to address this body, because I heard something I'd never heard before at that open house.
Madam Chair, could I make a suggestion that we maybe just postpone this for a week, since there's been some action, you said, that's happened recently, and I think they've heard now that we're interested in sequentially dealing with this project, And Mr. Hanson then would have the ability to maybe give us more concrete breakdown on the contract?
My concern is that it is due to, is it planning and zoning next Monday,
Well,
and UDC the week after that?
If we postpone this, I'm sure that they could postpone it too.
And getting off their agenda, it's going to get hard to get back on. And we have the piece that's on the bond issue that if it needs to be done, if the bond issue is to pass and the Hillcrest to Chester Creek piece is going to be done. This is all one project.
Well, I'm just going to request we don't do advocacy, that's all.
Mr.
Point of
Coffey.
order, I had a motion on the floor that was interrupted. There's a second.
There needs to be a second. Is there a second for Mr. Birch's motion to reduce the
motion was to
design
delete $200,000 from a proposed design fee and to direct the administration to instruct the designer to utilize a 4-lane road configuration.
That dies for lack of second. Mr. Coffey, comment?
Madam Chair, the idea that keeps coming up, and it's clear there's a lot of confusion here, it's sort of that it's being piecemealed. Hillcrest to Chester Creek, then we jump to 27th, and so on. I committed to you and others that I would support the continued development of Spenard Road. Right now, we're doing it in an inappropriate manner. If you start to bring people up for an issue where the public hearing has been closed and you haven't given notice, that's inappropriate to those who might have a countervailing point of view. I want to learn what they have to say, but to do it by sort of, in essence, reopening the public hearing now, I think is bad precedent, and I don't think we should do it. I concur with Ms. Osiander that if we put it out for a week, and then we can, even if we want to, we can reopen the public hearing if we want to and give proper notice, and then Mr. Hanson could flesh out his options, he could address sequential and so on, and we would do it in a more orderly fashion. And I'm afraid we're not doing it that way. This proposal, in the way I look at it, was the proposal that went with a full bond package if we would have passed the whole thing. We didn't. We cut it in half, but we're still dealing with an amendment to a professional services contract based on a bond proposition that didn't get put on the ballot. So if you had a week, my question then for Mr. Hanson, if I might. Mr. Hanson, if you had a week, could you flesh out those options and address all the concerns that you've heard here?
I'm not sure that we could come up with much different than what we have here. Now, as far as the three options. Now, as far as your concern about working with the public and on the section between Hillcrest and Fireweed, we could, if we had, there may be some money in that, the one of those options to keep going a little bit on that. We would not be able to acquire any right-of-way or anything on that matter.
Not now, but you
Not
might
now.
when we're done.
But we could be, as I said, we have been working with the bakery and some of the other businesses along there to see if we can improve their concerns.
Okay, Mr. Clayman and Mr. Flynn and Dr. Selcraig, you want to weigh in before we decide what to do on this issue?
I just note that I wanted to note that one of the topics Dr. Selcraig correctly noted was access to businesses, and one of the real upsides of buying the property that we did this summer at 27th and Spenard was to improve access to businesses on the east side of Spenard, and I think most would agree the most affected business was the Alaska Mountaineering and Hiking business that really had no road access on either side, and I had a conversation with the owner either just before or after we bought that property, and he was very supportive of that purchase because he said, that solves my access issue during the construction season, and he'd identified the lack of access as something that if there were big road closures that were unplanned but caused by construction problems that weren't predicted, he could actually go on a business, and that access made it less likely for that to happen. I just wanted to make sure that folks were aware about that.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to try and address the concerns of some of my colleagues as to how do we proceed and how do we proceed in the right manner. Following our bond debate, I got an email from somebody who's involved in this project, and I won't say what side of the subject they're on, And the question was, when does this end? And the answer is, what I wrote back, is this ends when we do at Spenard Road what we did at 9th Avenue. We get everybody in the room, no matter the position, no matter what 4 lanes or 3 lanes or 5 lanes or 20 lanes, no project or the whole project, and we sit down, we come to an agreement. And Jerry's been in those meetings with us. And we realize that working together for common purpose, we can achieve that end. I believe this contract amendment in its current form would allow them to do that. And if they get a clear message from us that that's what we expect, then I think they'll do it. If you get greedy, no matter what side of this issue you're on, and force your line of thinking to come out of that process, and you come back to this body with a project that you haven't got buy-in on, I don't think this body's going to approve it. So I don't think we need to mess with this excessively. We just need to send a clear message. We want a consensus-based product. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Dr. Selkirk.
I'm in agreement that we want a consensus-based project here. And actually, I don't agree with you, Mr. Flynn. As I understand it, what we have in terms of the option 3 that's been presented is a pretty well-defined plan for Spenard Road that actually is a 2-lane road, and it's probably nicely done, but it carries with it that conflict that isn't resolved. And so I want to go back and ask for the option 4, which is basically, number 1, Hillcrest to Chester Creek, and number 2, 27th, and number 3, exactly what Mr. Flynn was talking about, and that is the public process that's needed to bring consensus around this road. And I believe that, I'm wondering if if we postpone this, it would be possible for you to come back with a S version, just for our consideration, that included those items and the costs. And I recognize that means that you would you'd lose your dates in terms of going before P&Z. But the fact is I don't think we should be driven by that because there isn't consensus around this project yet.
Okay, Ms. Osiander.
Did you have a comment? It looks like, did you want to respond back to me? I had the sense that maybe you did.
Well, the only thing is I'm not sure that we would need to lose our time on P&Z and the UDC at this point. It takes such a long time to get back on their agenda, but it can be brought before them again.
But my question is how can you go before those bodies with a design that isn't reflective of what you've got consensus about? I mean, what will happen is you'll just battle it out in front of those bodies, and the fact is that that's not the best place to actually resolve design solutions or to put them. This is not even though you've got a finished drawing, this is not a finished product to take before those bodies. You don't have public consensus. And so I'm really looking for your ability to, even though you really like this and have worked on this and it's a great project, to slow it down, resolve it with the public, and then bring it forward. And I know that there would be costs involved in that, and I'm curious, but I would like to know what those costs would be. So this is the option 4. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Osiander.
All right. I'm going to try to say what I thought I heard Mr. Hansen say. All right? My understanding is if we take $200,000 off of this, we have enough to do the part of the road that everybody likes that's on the bond. Another $100,000 would be enough to deal with the 27th issue. And potentially there's some money left over to have some community meetings to move towards the consensus. My understanding is if we approve the whole thing as is, we're basically getting the plan that caused so many objections, and we'll hear the same people that were really upset about that plan and urged us to get rid of it off the bond. So it seems to me the correct thing to do is to take $100,000 off this. The other alternative for us, if we don't want to do that, is to just fund the engineering for the part we all agree on and ask him to come back to us with however much he needs for the rest.
That's okay with me, too.
So either one of those I can live with.
That would make sense.
And I'm do the first two? Go ahead.
What worries me about just saying $100,000 for the three elements is that I want to make it clear that you shouldn't go to planning and zoning. You should not proceed with this project until you have more public process. That even though you're ready. So no matter what the outcome, I want to make sure that you understand that it's not ready to go through the process. So for me, maybe the thing to do is to do the Hillcrest to Chester Creek and do 24th this week. We'll figure out what it takes. And then for you to come back to us next week and tell us what you need. And I'm taking your second suggestion. Tell us what you need, actually, to do a public process, to build the consensus so you can move forward.
All right. I'm going to take that as guidance, and I'm going to make an amendment to approve this contract for $259,000 and then ask concurrently the administration to come back with a request for any additional amendments to the contract that they feel are warranted based on this discussion.
Second.
Okay. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, Debbie, punch in on your motion, please.
Pardon me.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Birch has seconded. Ms. Gray Jackson on the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to know what the administration thinks, through Jerry Hansen, please, of this amendment.
Go ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hansen.
It's fine as far as getting the design.
In the microphone, please.
I'm sorry.
Thank
It's
you.
fine as far as getting the amendment through the, for the first phase of the construction. We will have to go to P&Z for the first phase of the construction, which we might talk to planning as far as reducing down the limits on it, because it is required to go to P&Z and UDC before it's that type of road. We can come back with it. I think we've done we've had some work sessions with the public. I'm not sure when we're going to get consensus on the on which path to take on what type of road we're going to construct on that, but we will certainly make further attempts.
I just want to make sure that it gets to P&Z for the piece that is on the bond issue in April. That's the most important thing here, because we did make hash out of the bond issue, and if we now cut the legs out from under this project because of what we're doing here, and also thank you for reminding us that we paid a significant amount of money to buy that property at 27th, and that project really would be good to have. Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson, did I not take you off the list? Okay. Any more comments? Okay. Okay. Let's vote on the amendment to cut the contract to $259,000. I have an objection. Please vote. That passes 9-1. I apologize to the public that I asked to be here tonight, and just keep in touch, and we'll work on this thing. All right, this item is before us, reduced from $459,000 to $259,000. Please vote. Any further comments? Okay, seeing none, go ahead.
Ms. Johnston, Mr. Coffey.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item 11B, Memorandum AM 72-2009. Okay.
There's a motion on the floor.
Which one is on the floor?
Madam Chairman?
Motion from the past meeting.
Okay. Oh, all right. Sorry. Hold on a second. It was moved and seconded from the 3rd of February. Okay, so it's already before us, and I have Mr. Abbott already lined up to speak.
Madam Chairman, we would request this item be postponed indefinitely.
Okay. Okay, great. Any objection? It's postponed indefinitely. Thank you. Okay, item 11C, Ordinance AO 2008-135S, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.70, regarding assembly approval of collective bargaining agreements, amendments, and administrative letters retroactive to December 1st, 2008.
Madam Chair, this has been moved and seconded, but I would move to postpone until we take up consideration of item 14A so we can hear all parts of this at one time.
Okay, I have any objection? Postpone to 14A.
Thank you,
Take
Madam
up
Chair.
concurrently with 14A?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Continued public hearings, item 13A, Resolution AR 2008-323, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving the additional scope of work to Northern Communities Water Extension
reading.
Phase 1. Okay, that also was, oh no, that was not moved and seconded, was it?
Let me get a copy made so I can read it.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Is it moved and seconded?
No.
Okay. Okay, public hearing first. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone that wishes to be heard on this item, please step forward.
Yeah.
Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Microphone, Ms. Osiander?
Postpone indefinitely.
Okay.
Still second.
Okay, Mr. Abbott, I have you on the queue. Do you want to weigh in on this?
Only to say that we support the motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, any objection to postponing this item indefinitely?
Yeah, could I have a why, or an answer to a why?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Birch. He wants to know why. Somebody needs to tell him.
Could I respond?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
Because there's an alternative route that serves people on Herald Loop that basically are trucking in water right now, and AWU is supportive of changing the route to provide that. It basically doesn't increase the per property lien to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that acceptable? All right, if there any objection to indefinitely postponing this item? Seeing no objection, that item is postponed. Item 13B, Ordinance AO 2008-107, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the zoning map and providing for rezoning of approximately 16.54 acres from R3, multiple family residential, to B3 SL, general business with special limitations for Tract A, Block 2, Doubletree Center Subdivision Number 1, generally located on the east side of Arctic Boulevard and north of West International Airport Road. This is subject to input from Midtown and Spenard Community Councils, and it's Planning and Zoning Commission Case 2008-083. Public hearing on this. Should we have the contractor, the representative of the client give us a presentation before we take public hearing?
Public testimony.
Okay, that'll work. Welcome, Mr.
3
Adams.
minutes.
The public hearing on this item is now open. Mr. Adams, go
3
ahead.
minutes, ma'am. 3 minutes.
Yes.
Is that right? Members of the Assembly, Madam Chair, my name is Dwayne Adams, representing the petitioner, in this case, Faith Christian Church. We've been through about a 2-year process on this rezone. This is a parcel that's laid vacant for quite some time. It's underlaid by deep peat. If you look to the right of this image you have in front of you, there's about 15 feet of peat there, about 5 feet towards the west, until it finally daylights near Arctic Boulevard, which is to the left. Through that process, we've had a number of meetings with staff, and through that we've crafted an ordinance that, in the S version before you, I think meets all those concerns outlined by staff as well as the community councils. It has been approved by the Midtown Community Council unanimously. The adjacent community council, Spenard, has approved it subject to some issues that we believe we've resolved. This plan meets the 2020 plan. It's directly within a neighborhood district, and thus it addresses that by providing some retail at the ground floor of the commercial structures to meet that plan. It's also directly within a transit supportive corridor, which allows those in the residences that you see to the north and west part of this site to have access to transit, also access to surrounding neighborhood commercial. Housing also meets residentially zoned districts, so while it does provide a plan that makes sense economically, it also makes sense because it does meet the 2020 plans to provide for residential at the zone densities. It's a mixed-use development. It protects the neighbors. What you see is residential against the residential components. To the north of this site is residential, and this has residential against that. Directly to the south is industrial zone properties. It's an old blue Zanarella Mall. Characterize it that way. And it provides any parking so that it's against that industrial zone property. So that as people enter the site, people that are using this site either as residents or for commercial reasons, they do have the ability then to enter a site that's well landscaped and appropriate to the development. It has a wetland pond that will receive runoff so that that's treated before it's discharged to an existing wetland at Business Park Boulevard wetlands. And as a result of that, it actually extends that wetlands and makes it a usable part of this neighborhood. The quality of the neighborhood is quite protected. As a part of the conditions, you see that a traffic impact analysis is required, one of the concerns of the Spenard Community Council. Vegetation is retained to provide a buffer against Arctic Boulevard as well as the adjacent residential properties both north and to the west. It does provide for an Urban Design Commission review as well as the creation of design guidelines that govern the entire development. That's something I don't know that I've seen. I was on planning zoning for quite some time, and that's quite a development. In essence, this is a high-quality development. There are some changes from the original Planning and Zoning Commission conditions that we can discuss relative to the phasing if you'd like, but with that, I'll be happy to entertain your questions and try to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. There is an S version that I assume will be moved in place of the ordinance that is before us. Questions from Ms. Osiander?
I wondered if you could specifically highlight what's in the S version that's not in the original.
Within the, let me get the S version. Within the S version is, first of all, probably the thing that is the biggest change. If you go to page 2 at the top, the original version, and there was a substitution at our when this was introduced, but the question revolves around phasing and the appropriateness of requiring phasing. The original ordinance introduced by staff required strenuous phasing that required a one-for-one, structure-for-structure virtually, correlation of a creation of residential to commercial structures. The reality of the existing market is there is no way that a bank is going to lend with that type of conditions where the construction of a parcel is predicated on a non-marketable commodity. As a result of that, our first request was to simply remove any suggestion of phasing with respect to the type of development whatsoever. What you see here, if you go to the last sentence in paragraph 2, beginning on line 4, we now have language that says a certificate of occupancy must be granted for all residential housing shown on the plan prior to the granting of a certificate of occupancy for the final hotel commercial structure. What that does then is it assures, and we have agreement, I believe, from the municipality, that residential will be completed as part of the project, and in fact, as part of the requirement for the certificate of occupancy to the final commercial or hotel structure. So it will be completed as a package, but it allows the developer to respond to market conditions. The key here is that if you look at this plan, there's a tremendous amount of road. There's a development of the drainage system, including this pond and sidewalks and landscaping. That's about a $3.5 million investment in a $90 million project. That $3.5 million project investment has to go in first before anything can be built. So the developer has to enter this, and he has to have some very good assurance that the components of the project that remain that he can build first are those that will retire that initial debt. If we start with residential, especially with these soils, there is no way that that can possibly happen, and in fact, that's why it has never happened. But with this proposal, as you have before you, you can do that build-out on the commercial structures, get them going, retire that initial investment, because that's where the money is and that's where the market is right now in this town. Not that we don't believe we can't build the residential, but mostly we just don't want to be constrained so that the marketability of this is tied to something that a bank simply will not agree to. Thus, it does provide for that agreement at the end, but provides for a marketable plan.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Dr. Selkirk. Okay, great. Mr. Starr.
Thanks for coming down. On the second page, line 35 speaks to section 8, which is a plat note that's going to get tagged to the design. What would that actually say as it's presented here? How would you see the wording be when it talks about future design or development design guidelines? What are we going to put on the plat?
I believe I would defer this to Mr. Weaver, but my suggestion is if it refers to this AO, that you're probably protected. But I would defer that through the chair to Mr. Weaver, perhaps. Mr. Starr.
Okay. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, Mr. Starr, we would concur with that. That would be the vehicle we would use.
I apologize if you would introduce yourself.
Sorry, Jerry Weaver, Planning Department.
Thank you, sir.
So essentially just in verbiage, you're just going to say, you'll stamp the plat and it'll say reference AO 2008-107 assembly action.
Madam Chair, Mr. Starr, basically it will say that this property is governed by the provisions of this ordinance and shall be developed in accordance with that ordinance.
Okay, and so back to the phasing plan schedule that you're trying to avoid in that, how is that going to be for a future reader of this? What I can see is they say, well, you've got this hotel up and running, now it's time to start on the residential. What is the mechanism that's going to say they're going to follow through as we approve? Because I don't see it referenced in here.
Go ahead, Mr. Weaver.
Madam Chair, Mr. Starr, basically building safety has copies of these ordinances that are passed that govern the development of property, and they would look at the ordinance as each project comes through. If we know they're going to build this in phases, we were concerned about the residential component not being built, that all the commercial would be built, and that in the end the residential. But we've put provision in here, mutually agreeable provision in here to make sure that occurs. So we're confident building safety will be able to monitor that.
Great. Thanks. No further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Adams. Do stick around in case anything else comes up.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any additional members of the public wish to testify on this project? Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Matt Burkholder, Chair of the Smart Community Council. We've been working with Mr. Adams and Faith Community Christian on this project since, I think, the beginning of this last summer. And generally, we like this project. It looks good. We are concerned about the phasing, and we did agree with the original phasing. That is, so we'd like to see that continue in that in the original plan. Market conditions being what they are, I don't know how that would work out for them. But what we'd come up with is we'd like to stick with the regular phasing. We're also concerned about traffic onto Arctic Boulevard. What is this going to bring to Arctic? Is there a traffic study that it says, well, based upon future development in this area and along Arctic Boulevard, how is that going to impact Arctic Boulevard in that area? And then also, if there is an impact there, we'd like to see some signalization at that intersection, which I think would be Lancaster and Arctic, or this through street there. But our main concern is just the phasing, and that the residential does get developed in a timely fashion and does not go by the wayside along the way. This S version I didn't get a copy of until I believe last night, and it hasn't been before the council. So that's where it is there.
Yep. I apologize about that. I didn't get it till 3 o'clock yesterday either. Okay. Any questions for this gentleman? Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
The final plan you like? And the council does.
The council, we're in support of it until the question of the phasing came aboard.
So what the council wants to do is say, do this in the order in which the original planning and zoning does it.
What they had originally agreed with the city.
No, that was what was imposed there. I don't know that there was any agreement. My question is, I don't really care whether they agreed or didn't agree. What I want to know is the council. So the council says do it in a certain sequence, not in the sequence proposed in the S version.
The council agreed with the way it was proposed by the consultant.
And did you understand that, at least according to them, that would make no development occur?
Once they had come back to us saying that the phasing that they had originally agreed to wasn't going to work out, we had questions about that, and we were talking with them about it, how to.
Let me be. Here's where I have a question or problem. If we approve or like what the end result is, and we have reasonable conditions that give nothing certain in this world, but reasonable assurances that that's what we're going to get in the end, then what I don't want to do is put on restrictions that prevent the kind of development that we ultimately want to see.
Understand.
Okay. But the council thinks...
As a representative of the council, not having this S version gone before the council, I couldn't say what the council agrees to, or if it agrees with this S version or not. What we were originally going on was the fact that there was going to be a change in phasing, which we didn't agree with.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Dr. Selkirk.
Question for Mr. Wee. In reference to something that you just said, it was my understanding that the Planning and Zoning Commission added the phasing in their deliberation. Is that correct, or was the phasing proposed by the Planning Department, or where did the phasing come from? Planning Department.
The S version
Madam
comes
Chair,
from the Planning Department.
Dr. Selkirk, I'll have to look into the record, but it probably came up, and Mr. Adams can speak to it, through the commission deliberation.
So it's my understanding, just looking, I actually read all of this along, October, but maybe I'm not remembering correctly, that actually what came before the Community Council initially didn't have the phasing in it. P&Z added the phasing. Is that correct? Did you?
If I may, through the chair, Ms. Selkirk, it was a recommendation in the staff recommendations. When it went to planning and zoning, we asked that be removed, but that was not a condition that was removed. So we never agreed to it, but it was a condition of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you. All right. I just wanted to clarify that. So I was just wondering where that came from. But do you recognize this as an improvement to the property? In general?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Okay. I mean, like I said, we do like what the final product looks like at this point. We're just concerned that the residential component is done in a timely manner and that it actually happens.
Did Mr. Coffey mention to you that there's a requirement for a traffic analysis in the S version? Were you
right there, yeah, I've seen that, and I'm just trying to make sure that our concerns are vocalized, and if they're in there.
Thanks for coming out.
Okay, very good. No further questions for this speaker. Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Burkholder. Okay, any further discussion? Oh, excuse me, any further from Mr. Adams? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, Mr. Adams, hold on. Any additional members of the public wishing to be heard on this subject? If not, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Thank you, Elmy.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Adams. The mention of signalization, Dwayne, came up, and the TIA will address that if you've got an impact on Arctic sufficient to warrant that kind of thing.
Correct. Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, there was a traffic impact analysis done. The development has changed. The residential densities are less. There's been some changes. Mr. Kniepel wants us to update that. And so that has to be looked at again and refreshed. And that whole thing has to be looked at comprehensively.
Okay.
It's been 2 years also since we started. So
now my final question. The way this is structured, and there is a restriction on sequential here. I mean, is this a marketable development that can secure the financing necessary to build it out?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, it will be completed in phases. Having any phasing makes it more complicated, and at the front end, probably not, because it'll be a phased development, and they'll do some sort of a combination or They may separate the residential and find a builder that's primarily residential. There's many in this town who find that the market, and right now, occupancy is quite high, and it may be a marketable thing. Any restriction always translates to risk. Does it make it just as marketable? No, not just as marketable, but is it marketable? Yes.
Okay. And so there is a developer that's in negotiations or in contract with the owner, right?
Correct.
All right. And
I'm not sure he's in contract, but they've been...
in contract discussions.
Yes, they are in discussions.
And when would they anticipate starting this project?
This still has to go through quite a process. We've lost this construction season. For most practical purposes, we'd probably be into next season construction. 2010.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Osiander for Mr. Adams.
No, for Mr. Weaver.
Oh, okay. Mr. Adams, have a seat.
Mr. Weaver, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that P&Z approved the original version. And this S version, I'd like to know who prepared that. Did that come from planning staff?
Madam Chairman, Ms. Osiander, planning staff did prepare this in conjunction with the applicant.
Did or didn't? I'm
Did.
sorry. Did. All right. Do you support the S version?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Make sure we're not going to run into the requirement that we make it as strict or stricter than what the under that new provision in Title 21 with planning and zoning. Are we loosening it to the degree where we would run afoul of that provision?
Madam Chair, Mr. Coffey, you haven't really loosened any of the provisions. We've given the ordinance clarity. We still have the requirements for the same number of residential units. They're going to be part of the overall phasing. We've clarified the maximum amount of retail on the first floor level. We've clarified with respect to the traffic impact analysis. We believe that the S version is a more succinct and ordinance that clearly points out the requirements of the property owner for its development.
All right. The reason that I ask it is because before it was required, if I'm not mistaken, that some residential construction occur before any commercial construction took place. And if you lifted that, which this S version does, eliminates that requirement and changes it to some degree, then I don't want to face somebody saying, well, that's a less restrictive requirement than what P&Z imposed, and therefore we, the Assembly, are not allowed to do that. And so I just want to ask the question.
Madam Chair, Mr. Coffey, the department doesn't believe that that's the case.
And I would note one other thing. It also says less restrictive or, and it refers back to the original application for the rezone by the applicant. And we are clearly more restrictive in that regard because in that application there was no sequential requirements. So I want to put that on the record as well. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion. How about the S version? Was the S version?
Move to approve the S version, 2008-107-S.
Second.
Okay. All right. Any additional discussion required on the S version? Okay. Any objection to passage of this item? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you for coming and educating us on this subject. I hope to see construction. I also hope holding up the Arctic Boulevard work doesn't affect this project. Had to get that one in. Okay. Item 14A, new public hearings, ordinance AO 2009-16, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 8 Penal Code by adding a new section in Chapter 8.75 addressing unauthorized implementation of labor agreements. Now, how come you didn't waive reading on that one? Okay. All right. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed.
Madam Chair,
What's the wish of the body?
This was combined by you on motion with item 11C.
Wait, hold on.
Madam Chair, I
Sorry,
believe
sir.
we...
Oh.
Sorry, the public hearing is not closed. Are you wishing to be heard? Come forward, please, sir.
Move to reopen the public hearing since you did close it.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Second.
Coffey.
Second.
Okay, any objection? Public hearing is now open. Please tell us who you are. You
My
have
name
3
is
minutes.
Frank Urowskin.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm also part of other agreements that the city did and work for the city, have worked on temporary positions and others that are usually filled until it's done, so the city doesn't have to sustain a full-time employee or whatever. But in the other hand, when you are signing agreements, or when you enter into labor agreements and everything else, I don't think it's quite appropriate that you will come back, put this on agenda to try to rescind what you already have agreed to. Basically, I don't even know if it's legal or if it would be a valid substance to go back into something like this.
Thank you. I think the
And I
clerk,
believe they need more consensus. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I've seen lately quite a bit of, I understand the budget situation. However, I understand we are working people also with families, okay? A lot of
Point of order. I'm sorry, sir. Point of order. We're not talking about the rescission, Madam Chair. We're talking about this provision related to side agreements with union agreements.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
go ahead, sir.
I believe that we play a very vital role, not only as a tax base, but also to implement and help the city and the different departments to implement whatever the functions are needed and projects. And also to go back and try to go back into what the implementation was or whatever it was done would not be quite appropriate. If you believe it's unauthorized, or if you even see that it was authorized, then you will need a consensus, correct? I mean, it's not something that you can take on yourself and say, well, that's it. I would like to take it back and null it. I mean, where does that leave all the families? Where does that leave other people too? That's the bottom line. Because what is happening in here is going to go back to trying to roll back all agreements and everything else that were done. However, the political situation, arena, or climate was done. And that's all I have to say, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir. The clerk needs the clerk, sir, please come back. The clerk needs you to spell your last name for the record so that we can get you accurately.
IRAUSQUIN.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your coming tonight.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I just want
Thank you, sir.
to, I want to clarify for the speakers that there are several things tonight in the package regarding labor agreements, and this one has to do with basically additional side agreements. And deeper into the agenda are issues about rescinding. So I think there might be confusion about what we're working on right now.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Coffey, have a comment?
Madam Chair, we got a very lengthy memo from the city attorney.
You need to close the public hearing, Mr. Coffey.
This afternoon. I shared it with Mr. Flynn, and what I'd like to do is move to postpone this matter until March 24th meeting, and if I can get a second, I'll explain.
Second.
Thank you. In addition to the two-page memo, which is written in a font that nobody of my age or Mr. Reeves' age should have to deal with, look at this. And I don't think the rest of you have got it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, there's that. And the administration is doing the things that we are suggesting to be incorporated into law, so we're not at risk of another 140 side agreements. Okay. And it would give us a chance to address all of Mr. Reeves' concerns and come back with one ordinance that fits all of the needs, and then we can deliberate around it and address it. And so my motion is to postpone till the 24th of March. It's been seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. And I didn't close the public hearing either.
Oh.
No, I didn't. Okay. The public hearing is closed on this item, unless we wish to reopen it on March 24th. Okay. All right, fine. Any objection to postponement of this item until March 24th?
I have some questions about some process here.
Mr. Starr, go ahead, and then Ms. Jackson.
Well, I'm somewhat supportive of continuing the dialogue with the administration so we all get it and we understand what we're trying to do here with with including this body in processes of existing labor contracts that get changed. And we saw blatant, examples of that. Now, what I've asked for since early on in the audit committee, which was tasked with looking at this topic, was a legal opinion about the whole topic. Now, Mr. Coffey, I'll need your answer on this.
Mr. Coffey, there's a question for you.
I'm sorry, I'm talking to the...
Well, and I can wait when you're ready, but the
ready.
interpretation or this letter, this small fonted thing that you've gotten from Mr. Reeves, who's the city attorney now, is this a legal opinion on the legalities of side agreements, or what actually are we seeing here?
Well, I think, from my old eyes, that it addresses...
Because my point of comment is that I would, if the administration is going to weigh in with a legal opinion, then do so, and don't do it before, the night before March 24th. Just tell us what you think of the administrative ability to change side agreements and whether or not modifying 14A and 11C is the right answer to correcting it.
If I can help you out here, Mr. Starr, fortunately for me, this font is not quite too small yet. And the issue was specifics to the mechanics of the bill, right, the legislation, as opposed to the...
Well, I guess my question is, why did they write it to you only? First off,
I'm not responsible for that.
Go ahead, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Flynn, are you... Okay.
Well...
We could just forward it by email
I don't want
instead
to
of
copy
wasting
now.
time.
I want to be included with the dialogue from the administration on their discussion. I authored one of these, 14A, the one we're discussing, and so I want to, sort of have that discussion and that debate. So if you're going to email 2 people on the assembly, or 1, I want us to all get the information. That's what I'm after, and if it's a legal opinion, then let's have that too. But how are we going to talk about this issue that's important to the people that are under contract with the city?
Yes, Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
I think the way we answer it is we take everything we've got, which is 135S, and I forget the number on 14A, which is basically an amendment, and we take Mr. Reeves' opinion, or comments, which is, as I understood it, they were comments on the bill in front of us, not on the practice that led to the introduction of the bill, and we debate around that. And I'm sorry, I got this today from the department and printed it, and I didn't even look. I assumed when I got it that everybody got it. My mistake. But it was sent just to me, apparently. I gave Mr. Flynn a copy this evening because he had expressed concerns and interest about this bill, and that's when I learned that everybody else didn't have it. But what I think is if we get everything to everybody, then when we bring it back up on March 24th, we will be able to properly discuss the matter.
And I'm fine with letting 14A go away, except it's critical because we speak to remedy and perspective of...
Mr. Starr, my motion was to continue 11C and 14A, all of it.
I get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just simply want to say that I really appreciate Mr. Coffey offering to postpone both of these documents until March 24th, or whenever it was, to give us an opportunity to do this and make the changes and do it right. And I'm really happy that somebody right now is passing out that attorney's memo. Thank you.
Okay. The clerk informs me that it's also been emailed to each of us, and you're more than welcome to enlarge the type before you print it instead of complaining about it. Mr. Birch, go ahead.
I have to call IT to get that.
I, for one, am not real keen on postponing 14A. And the reason why is it basically talks about the unauthorized implementation of labor agreements, side letters, side agreements, all manner of. I'm still, annoyed that I have never yet got a cost accounting for the scores of side agreements that were basically rolled up into the hurried through labor agreements that were approved in January. Now, we have before us just this very evening, I believe it is agenda item, 9E10. 9E10 is basically a $1.9 million increase. If I read some commentary here, It's been brought up.
You could wait on that item until it comes up on the agenda.
Well, no, this is relevant. It's relevant because it says it's a letter of understanding between the IBEW and MLMP. So we have here this evening a side agreement that adds $1.9 million to our budget, as I see it. And I guess the concern I have is that if we still have side agreements moving ahead here, then maybe we need to adopt 14A. Maybe we need to zero in, and I'm certainly open to any clarification, but from what I can see, that 14A should move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the idea of postponement so that we can work this all together into one clean document that tries to solve the issue. But Mr. Birch raises a legitimate question, an interesting question, and the question I was going to pose to the administration, I guess I have to rephrase now. First, would you consider the issue that Mr. Birch raises to be a side agreement? The question I was going to ask of the administration was that the previous administration had agreed until we resolve all of this that there would be no more side agreements. Now, I certainly don't think that you're necessarily held to the agreements a previous administration made or the commitments the previous administration made, but I guess what I'm asking is if you're willing to make that same agreement. So do you think this qualifies as a side agreement? If not, will you unequivocally agree no side agreements until we work this whole issue out?
I'll start, and, well, I was going to defer to Mr. Reeves, but I think he stepped out with Mr. Coffey. E10, we're more than happy to discuss that now. If you want to move that up the agenda, we can talk about what that is and what that isn't, if there's plans for that. We're currently working under the practice that is essentially embodied in 11C. This was the item that the administration introduced in December, and we're behaving as if that had been enacted at that time, which requires a variety of additional assembly approvals beyond what had been required in previous years. So I do not believe E10 constitutes a side agreement. I think that will become clear as we discuss it, and Mr. Posey, Ms. Arnold, Mr. Reeves, and others can comment on that. But if you want to do that now, we can work down the agenda at
rather not.
The body's pleasure.
We're in the middle of public hearings, and I'd rather stick with public hearings and get them done because they're members of the public here.
I believe
Dr.
there's a little bit of misinformation, or at least I'm confused. Wasn't the IBEW agreement rolled into the IBEW contract? And this is an old, aren't we talking about, this is not a new agreement. This is an agreement that was made last year. Isn't that correct? We haven't got a new agreement on the table.
Are you talking about E10?
Yeah. Yeah, wasn't it rolled, isn't this money already included in the contract we approved?
I'm more than willing to start the conversation on E10 if that's where the body wants to go.
Well, at some point I think we need to clarify that, because it was my understanding that when the contracts were approved, those side agreements that were agreed upon prior to it were rolled into those contracts. And so at some point tonight I'd like to clarify that.
Absolutely. Whenever you guys want to get to E10.
Is that a yes or a no?
Whenever you guys want to get to E10, I'll bring Mr. Posey and Ms. Arnold up, and we'll tell you why we are where we are.
Madam Chair, I have a couple more points.
You're on the list, Mr. Starr.
A little
Hold on
different than E10. So.
Okay, Dr. Selcraig, we'll get your answer shortly. Mr. Starr, you're next.
Through the Chair, Mr. Abbott, you basically just said the administration sort of acknowledging that 11C is sort of the interim directive. Did I just hear you say that?
The 11C is an S version of an ordinance that the administration introduced a couple of months ago. The original version of that is the one that we're working under. I don't believe there's significant substantive differences, and Mr. Reeves can comment.
Okay, well, let me ask you this about that statement. In that one of the paragraphs in 11C, which is, and I'll guide you to it, speaks about, it's on page 4, and it's going to be line 21. Which ties in the actions of those that don't sort of go along with 11C or the original one, that it now becomes a scheduled item for a penalty.
Are you waiting?
Well, I'm talking to Mr. Abbott, and he's obviously doing something else. But the point on this is that one of the absences of a violation of a side agreement, let's use that just not in an abrasive way, but if somebody knowingly or willingly executes a side agreement, doesn't bring that through to us, that there's penalties for that. That's what's absent in the code in a lot of aspects, from my opinion, is that there's no remedy. If you do a side agreement, you don't bring it through us, then what? What this does in difference and clarity, and I'm okay with the postponement if you guys understand that the fine and fee and criminal schedule applies.
And we do not agree with that, Mr. Starr. That was not in the administration proposal that was brought before the Assembly, and as you'll see as you review Mr. Reeves's comments, you'll understand that we do have significant concerns with those elements of the two 11C and 14A.
I get it, and 14A specifically ties in inappropriate actions to the fine and fee schedule and a criminal penalty. That's what it tries to do, so we're clear.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order. We're on a motion to postpone, not on the merits, right? So I don't know why we're having a discussion on the merits yet. Soon.
Okay. Thank you. This item is before us to postpone till March 24th. Anybody have a problem with that? Seeing none, the item is postponed till March 24th, and we will look forward to reading the interpretation from the municipal attorney. Item 14B is before us, Resolution AR 2009-22, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly to correct the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association collective bargaining agreement as ratified on December 2, 2008. Public hearing on this item is now open. Any members of the public wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body? Okay, any discussion? Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Madam Chair, a good portion of 14B is, just corrective language and brought to us. I mean, that's appropriate for us to fix up the things. Put the anniversary date in alphabetical order. I mean, that's fine. Here's the one that causes me problems. Page 2, line 24 through 26, page 2, line 43 through 49. Because the compensation levels of a class of employee gets changed, if I understand it correctly, gets changed by a post-contract approval agreement. And although I have from, and I hope everybody else got it, from the AMEA, a letter dated February 20th with an attachment dated November 7th. Well, it's also dated October 3rd and so on. And it says that we agree to the landscape architects in the same manner as we have with the engineers. So my questions revolve around those two things, and if they're clarified, then my only remaining problem is you brought us a contract that wasn't complete, and it violates Title III because it said it's got to be in one document, and now it turns out it wasn't. And that's a contract that was a year in negotiations, folks. So if you guys agreed to this landscape stuff in October or November, as the attachment seems to indicate, then why wasn't it incorporated in the contract that we voted on in December? So, I don't know. Somebody explain to me how I can be assured that you guys had agreed on this before the contract came forward.
I'll speak to that, Madam Chair.
Yes, please identify yourself for the record.
Lisa Arnold, Labor Relations Director.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Go ahead.
I guess the simple explanation is it was an oversight. It was agreed to. Both parties acknowledge that it's agreed to. There is documentation here that supports that it was agreed to, and it was an omission inadvertently from the language that was put into the contract.
Mr. Coffey.
One follow-up question.
Go ahead.
What happens if we don't approve this?
If you don't approve it, it's not implemented. I struggle with that because it's what we negotiated at the table, and I can appreciate it's not what was presented to you.
Yeah. well, I don't want to punish the employees because the administration didn't bring something forward. That's not my goal here, but how do we get, I mean, my view was this contract that you spent a year in negotiations, and that wasn't rushed. The IBEW contract came to me in a format that, I mean, if I were an attorney who prepared something like that, I would have been embarrassed because it was just a draft. And then, and we were rush. But we weren't rushed with AMEA. So you're leaving me with either I approve this because it's pretty clear to me that you did it in October and November, or I don't approve it, and then I punish the guys who didn't make the mistake. Anyway, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Starr and then Mr. Birch.
I appreciate the thing that's going on right now. One of them was it was brought back in an informational memorandum from the mayor, and we've debated whether it should come back in a form similar to this, and it's getting there, and it's getting there quickly. I will assure my colleague, Mr. Coffey, that I believe landscape architects were supposed to be included in the original step pay schedule. What would help me now, and again in the future, would be to have the appendix that corrects the issue attached to a document such as this, because that's really what's wrong. There was also stuff, and I don't have it attached to this. I think I saw it on the mayor's version, where we had decimal point problems, and step class 17 was wrong. It was $30, and it should have been 40. So rather than ramble here, I'm supportive of it for a couple things, but I need some clarity here, so you're going to have to go to the document. On your AM 55209, you speak to, line 15 speaks to Appendix 1 of the AMEA Collective Bargaining Agreement.
I'm sorry, Mr. Starr, where are you?
I am on the 2009-2214B. There is an AM attached to the AR.
Okay, thank you.
On line 15 of that, it speaks to Appendix 1.
Mm-hmm.
So when you flip it over now and you see this other letter on the back from Mr. Otto and things like that, it speaks to Appendix 3. Now, which is it? Because I only know of one appendix that references this whole topic.
Okay.
And I guess I don't know which, if there's another Appendix 3 out there that's going to be corrected and opposed to what we're trying to fix throughout the other parts is Appendix 1. I don't have the agreement in front of me or the appendixes.
Okay, thanks for the question, Mr. Starr. Ms. Arnold?
For clarification, it is Appendix 1.
So Mr. Otto's letter referencing a 5% pay increase based on Appendix 3 means what to me?
I'm not following the letter that you have in front of you, and if it references an Appendix 3, I would state it is likely a typo because I don't believe there's an Appendix 3 in the contract.
But we're here because of typos, and we're here because of things that were left out of the original agreement. And this is a big deal. I mean, it's got to, it affects the city, 19,000 this year, 30,000 next year, 31,000 in that. On the summary of economic effects, can you help me with this one?
Yes?
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
There's a summary of economic effects, and it talks about public sector economic effects. And it says the above numbers reflect 2.5% increase in 2010 and a wage reopener in 2011 and 2012. What does it mean, wage reopener in 2011 and 2012?
In the contract that was approved by this body, AMEA contract has a wage opener in 2011 and 2012.
For all
of AMEA.
Or just this one?
Just for all of AMEA.
Okay. Now, we're on the record saying that. Are you sure that that language is in the contract that says there's a wage reopener in 2011 and 2012?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Osiander.
I have been chagrined that I have been getting my most accurate and detailed information about the contract from the unions. I understand, and I guess I believe at this point that you did negotiate this point and they were included. Why wasn't it costed?
It wasn't costed out because the same document that was given to this body was the document that was given and provided to Peter Raskams in internal audit, and it was also given to OMB. So the same document that inadvertently omitted this is the same document that was given to all parties involved. The language was not in the document, therefore they could not cost it out.
To finance. I'm assuming, maybe inaccurately, that you had a contract that you examined for costs too to see if we could afford it. And I'm asking if you were aware that this had been negotiated.
I would repeat Ms. Arnold's comment, which was the contract that was distributed for costing purposes had the omission, and therefore the answer to your question is no.
Okay. Mr. Abbott, does your department look at a contract before it comes to us? I mean, are you aware of what's in a contract?
I'm aware of the material elements of it. I was during this process. And there was a conversation. There was explicit agreement at my level to include the landscape architects in the contract as it is now before you as an amendment. That's why I can say with some confidence that I was surprised to learn that it was not in the contract that was presented to you. I did not review that document itself. I reviewed the sort of the highlights of it, the conceptual elements of it.
Who reads the contract to see if it's accurate according and reflects negotiations?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Both parties review the final contract. This was a collaborative approach. We review it, AMEA reviews it.
Who's we?
Employee relations, the bargaining team, members of the bargaining.
Could you tell me specifically who in the city read it or reviewed it?
Our chief negotiator, which was Bob Weaver, the negotiating team.
Who's on the negotiating team?
Which comprised of Misty Yeski from Employee Relations, Diane Engel from Health and Human Services, Kelly Taylor from Property Appraisal Finance.
So all four of those people read the contract and just missed the fact that this agreement wasn't included in it?
If any of those individuals were aware of it, I am assuming they would have brought it to our attention and we would have made the correction. Many times at negotiations, the language is crafted at the table. And so if it was omitted, if it was inadvertently omitted when we put it in created the language, the contract is very thick, and in the end we go back and review all of the language, but errors do occur.
Well, I just know, for instance, on our Title 21 committee, when we change a draft, always read the final draft to see if it reflects the same thing that my notes said. And so I'm a bit surprised at the process if that did not occur. That's all. And I guess I'm chagrined that there wasn't any oversight beyond those four individuals for doing that. Apparently, city process doesn't account for the ability to do that anywhere else. That's correct, Mr. Abbott? It's just those four people have the final ability to put the language forth as they see fit.
In the case of the AMEA agreement that was negotiated last fall, that was the process that was used.
And the process for the latter contracts, the police and the fire, was that the same process for those?
Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe so.
Yes, he's correct for the most part. If we have language that pertains to a specific area, we do forward language. We did forward language on a regular basis to our legal department, and we also forwarded language to the payroll section of the finance division for review and for recommendations.
I don't know what to say.
Okay, Ms. Osiander, are you done?
I guess so.
Okay, Mr. Coffey.
Unlike Ms. Osiander, I'm never at a loss for words. We're changing some things here to ensure that in the future we get a good, clear financial picture. One of them being putting ER under the chief financial officer so we make sure we get numbers and costing and so on. I'm wondering if in the connection with that, there might be some sort of process whereby when these contracts are first introduced for us, there's a more lengthy time period between introduction and approval so that, you know, like we do with the budget or something, so that you've got time when you're in the final process to make sure we don't come up with this. I mean, we all make mistakes, and I'm going to support this thing because to me it was clearly a mistake. It's $142,000 over 3 years. I'm just glad it's not $1,420,000 over that time. I mean, these kinds of things can just destroy a budget if they become of an order of magnitude. So if you're looking at how to make it better, if you would give some thought, and I mean the administration, to how we might have an ordinance that would help protect against mistakes, I would appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig?
I think we've made the point here. I want to just say I appreciate your forthcoming, basically saying that you made a mistake. I think the fire marshal made a much bigger mistake, and it took us much less time to actually discuss it. So I think we've really covered this. Clearly, there need to be protocols in place so this doesn't happen again. Thanks very much.
Okay, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Abbott, go ahead.
I was just going to comment on Mr. Coffey's point. I don't believe we would object to some sort of a longer, notice period. Rezoning, you require 30 days, I think, between introduction and an assembly action or public hearing. I don't necessarily think we would object to some sort of comment or review period during the assembly review process.
That's a good idea. Okay, thank you, Mr. Abbott. Okay, where are we going with this? Did we postpone? We move to approve. Any objection to approving this document? Seeing none, it's approved unanimously. Next item. Okay. Item 14C, AO 2009-21, an ordinance pursuant to Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.2.040. Municipal Manager and Chief Fiscal Officer. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion?
Mr. Abbott?
Well, hold on, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Starr wants to speak.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, if he was in the queue and has some questions.
No, I forgot to push it.
I can do that. I'm a little perplexed here, and no offense, but Mr. Otto's name is on a lot of this stuff, a lot of the side agreements, and he hasn't been in front of this body to ask questions on the department. Where is Mr. Otto?
Mr. Otto took the first part of this week off, so he's not here today.
Well, it's valid for me, at least if it was a different department or another department. I'm fairly confident that I understand how employee relations work, not so clear on collective bargaining agreements and all of that, but it would be helpful for the department head to tell me what he thinks, because he's been doing this stuff in one manner or another, and I appreciate the oversight change, but I value what he has to say.
Through the chair, I agree with your comment, and I will pass your comment on to Mr. Otto.
Mr. Coffey.
I think I know the answer. This would not be the appropriate vehicle for that provision with regard to labor agreements. That's a question for Mr. Abbott or Mr. Reeves.
I don't believe it is. That may be a titling question more than anything else, although I did just read Ms. Osiander's title, and there may be some room in there. That would be another question for
Let her deal with it then. Thank you.
Your counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. And Mr. Abbott. Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
I was just going to respond in that if you look at F6, that's the ordinance that I'm presenting for introduction, I'm already planning to write an amendment to include that particular notification. And I will confer with anybody who wants to confer with me on that.
All right. Any further discussion on this item? Any objection to unanimous consent on this item? I hear a giggle over there. No? Okay. This item passes, if that's the case, unanimously. Thank you. All right. Let's see. 14D. Ordinance AO 2009-7, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 23.45.105.6, required operational permit to establish fees, Anchorage Fire Department. This item is now open for public hearing. Any members of the public present wishing to weigh in on this topic, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes,
Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Two things. I've had several discussions now with both fire department and legal, and there's two things I'd like to clarify regarding this ordinance. The discussion I had with the chief was that these operational permits would be required within the Anchorage Fire Service area and not required outside of the Anchorage Fire Service area. Is that correct? Okay, Chief, I'm sorry, but I really want that on the record. So if you don't mind coming down and talking in that microphone, I'd appreciate it.
Madam Chairman, Craig Goodrich, Anchorage Fire Chief.
Welcome, sir.
To my knowledge, that is correct. I believe that all of the ordinances that govern our general operations refer to the fire service areas, and in this case, all of the building codes, fees and fines all apply to the Anchorage Fire Service area. When we get outside of that fire service area, the deferred jurisdiction that comes to us from the state has the separation, and they take care of Chugiak and Girdwood.
Thank you, sir. The second question I had was for legal, actually. If you look at lines 17 through 19 of the document, it's referring to deletion of sections that some of which are not in our code, particularly the tables. If you try to look that up in Anchorage code, you can't find it. The reason being is because they're part of the fire code. I could not get my hands on a copy of the fire code, so I don't have a clue what we're deleting. I expressed some frustration about that to legal and to the fire department because I kind of like to know what I'm voting for. Well, I was assured that it's just housekeeping, don't worry about it, but I want to express an objection to that. I, in fact, at dinner asked if somebody could even show me somewhere what these tables look like that I'm going to vote to delete, and I was told that was not available. So I'm left kind of in a quandary. One suggestion that I had was to not delete the tables because I don't know what I'm deleting. But I'd like to know if that bothers anybody else on this body.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Starr, unless the administration wants to respond to that before we go on. Okay, Mr. Starr, go ahead.
I guess through the administration, on the second page, we're talking about another annual fee for connection of $1,200. And I think that's new. I don't think we charge and it references farther in the document under the private sector impacts that it relates to large institutions or something along those lines. So can you explain to me where we came up with $1,200 and who's going to be charged and what does that mean?
This is all for, through the chair, Mr. Starr, this is all for the monitoring of fire alarm systems such as Providence Hospital, for example, and the fire alarm system comes directly into our dispatch. This happens for about a dozen different companies, different businesses around the city. The $1,200 fee has been in there forever, as far as I know. It got dropped out somehow or another. We don't have an idea. We can identify when it was there, when it wasn't there. Now what we're trying to do is put back into code something that has been ongoing since at least 1968.
So did we collect the $1,200 from those users last year?
Absolutely.
Okay, let me ask you, how would it work if they were monitored by, say, Guardian Security, and Guardian calls you then and says, we just got an alarm from one of our customers?
The Guardian calls us. We don't see it on a machine about this big, and unfortunately there's a lot of other issues about that. We can't even fix that piece of equipment because it's so old, but that's another story.
Does Guardian get charged the $1,200?
Guardian does not. Guardian charges businesses, they're doing the same thing we're doing. We are competing against that business.
I understand, but so those institutional users could get out of paying $1,200 by signing up for monthly monitoring service from Guardian.
It would actually be cheaper.
Would it be faster? I mean, it's faster, obviously, to be connected directly to that, but is there a lag in the system by users that contract out with Guardian for their services?
If there is, I'm speculating, but I would think that it's a matter of moments.
Okay, that's all I needed. So we're not going to hit a bunch of new users with a $1,200 fee.
We're actually trying to get out of this business hard.
I understand it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Starr and Chief. Mr. Coffey, you're next.
Chief, I have a couple of questions, just because I read this and I didn't know what operational permits are. And I couldn't find them defined. So what are they?
Various kind of permits for systems. People need different kind of fire alarm systems, and the reason that there's a
fire alarm system.
Correct.
What were the fees on page 1 before? Were they the same, more or less?
That are underlined here? Well, what they had sought to do and what we're recommending is that those fees were recommended at a range of between $25 and $300. And our problem is that we have no mechanism to establish whether it's $50, whatever that range would be, $50, or whether it's $300. So we just codified it and spelled out specifically for annually it's $150. Let me point out specifically what happens here. Let us say that you have a business and you bring in an entertainer this year, but you're not historically doing that. Well, we would charge you on an annual fee $150 if you're going to bring in entertainers all year, but to your credit, if you only bring in one per event, you would be ahead just having us come visit your facility one time. So it really seeks to this, the $150 is a lower fee than the larger fee that had been there in the past. The $50 is a one-time fee. It gives options to vendors, and in all cases, this is actually a better deal for them. Very well.
I did appreciate the explanation relative to the $1,200 fee and the large structures now, and knowing that they're hooked up directly to you. So that explanation in the summary of economic effects answered a very big question for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson and then Dr. Selcraig.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be really quick. I just want to go back to Ms. Osiander's concerns about amending 105.6. And I would say if this was part of the Anchorage Municipal Code, which we're responsible for, then I would have really serious issues, not understanding what it is. But isn't this the national fire code that is being referred to here?
It is.
Okay. And it's the fire department's responsibility to pay attention to the national fire code and do the right thing for this community and then bring it forward to this body with these amendments that you've done this evening.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Dr. Selcraig and then Ms. Osiander.
I just have a comment for the administration. There's kind of a consistent requirement that you're hearing from us tonight, and it came up from Mr. Starr when he wanted to know, he wanted to see the appendix. It crossed my mind when we were changing the org chart. It would have been nice, it's a one-sheeter, it would have been nice to have the new org chart in front of us. And again, here, it would have been nice to have the code piece that this applies to. And the fact is that we're actually reading this stuff, and you get to some edge in these AMs where, it isn't intentional, I'm sure, on your part, but the cliff falls off, and you just think, well, it's a leap of faith, actually, each time these pieces are missing. So just kind of in the system, just as if you can think of that like piece that you're referencing to, and if it's a one-page piece, if you add it, I think it will clear up a lot of questions and take less time at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Osiander.
I don't want to belabor, but I want to clarify.
Thank you.
When we adopt sections of code, we regularly adopt by reference the entire building code, but if there are exceptions to the building code, then we have to list them in our code. And so what we're doing by deleting this section of the fire code, to my understanding, is we're making an exception to the fire code. And as such, it affects us as a municipality, and I think it's under our purview. I'm going to go along with it, but I think it's important to know what the exceptions are, because that's specific to us.
I respond, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, Ms. Osiander, Chief is here right now. It might be a nice idea if you ask him.
Through the chair, ladies, the fire code is proprietary, and it's an extremely expensive document. We have two, and they're both over at Fire Prevention, as I explained to Ms. Osiander tonight. It just did not occur to me to try and run off a copy to bring it over here. I'm very sorry about that. I will try to remember to do that in the future. No, just the piece. I understand that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. Any further questions? Seeing and hearing no further questions, do we need to vote on this, folks, or do we have unanimous consent? Seeing and hearing no objection, this is approved unanimously. Thank you. Next item. 14E, Ordinance AO 2009-18, an ordinance amending Municipal Code Section 21.40.060B. Okay. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone present wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Madam, I just want to delay, Mr. Coffey.
Flynn? Go ahead.
I'd like to move that we delay consideration of this until our April 14 meeting.
Okay, postponed to April 14th.
Second.
Because they asked us to? Are we on 14F?
No, E.
Are we on E? I'm sorry.
See what happens when you waive reading?
I apologize. I got ahead.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Good catch.
Okay. We are seeking to approve the administrative site plan review, Mr. Flynn, and approval of restaurant or eating place alcoholic beverage license use in the R4.
This is, Madam Chair, if I might.
Go ahead, Mr.
This is a simple matter of correcting something that we did about a year ago, and we left off a zoning district. Please approve it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? Something tells me the same people that are writing the labor contracts
the clerk's office screwed up.
They're writing the fire code, and they're also writing these ordinances. We have to figure this out, please. Okay. Any objections to the passage of this item?
I want to.
Come on. Any objection?
Madam Chair, I want to know if the staff would like to grill us for 15 minutes about this.
We don't have a grill in there. We don't even have a microwave, Mr. Coffey. Okay. All right. Any objection to unanimous passage of this item? Seeing none, let's move on. That's passed. Item 14F, Resolution AR 2009-28.
This one will waive the reading on, Madam Chair.
Okay, hold on a second. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, something for the Alaska Ski Club. And if you don't want me to read all that stuff, I understand. Okay, thank you. This is a public, do you want to move the public hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, so should we open it for anybody that's here?
Yeah.
Anyone present wishing to be heard on this item regarding the Alaska Ski Club? Seeing and hearing no one, shall we extend the public hearing to...
Move to continue the public hearing
Continue
to
the
our
public
April
hearing.
14 meeting, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, any objection to continuing this?
Can I get some
hearing?
clarification?
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Again, maybe another typo. It speaks to the title as the Alaska Ski Club, Inc., and the application speaks to the liquor license as the Anchorage Ski Club, Inc. And I know that well, and so I can just say that to head it off, it probably is the applicant as the Anchorage Ski Club, and I would like to have that clarified. Before it comes back.
I think Ms. Duke took note of that. Mr. Starr will take care of that for us.
Okay, you'll clarify? Okay.
My challenge is through the chair is it's titled.
Yes,
The
I
title
understand.
references
I get
Alaska
it.
Ski Club, so if we've gone through a major process referencing Alaska Ski Club, others don't know that. They're confused either with Alyeska. My point is the military bases have a say on this, and they have not been notified. So,
Do you want to speak to it?
yes.
As such, we may have to reintroduce.
Yeah, do we have any comment from the administration, please?
Mr. Starr is right. The application for conditional use says Anchorage Ski Club Incorporated, the handwritten and apparently by the applicant, and the title in the memorandum and in the AR is Alaska Ski Club. So they should, if you need to reintroduce between now and April 14th, you got lots of time.
Okay. And is it April 14th or
What do you
April
move?
21st?
You'll read if you read the letter, Madam Chair, from the Ski Club, they say late March or April, so
Okay.
I picked April.
Okay. April 14th?
Yeah, that is
Okay.
correct.
All right. And we'll make sure that the title is correct that time. Okay. Thank you. Any objection to continuing this item till April 14th? Seeing, hearing none, that item is continued. Item 14G, Resolution AR 2009-29, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverages conditional use for a beverage dispensary tourism use and license and duplicate beverage dispensary tourism use and license in the I-1SL Light Industrial District with special limitations, AO 98-96AA, per AMC 21.40.200, point B1K. I think that's a 1. For Anchorage Hospitality, LLC, doing business as Crown Plaza, Midtown Hotel, Anchorage, Alaska. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Thank you, sir. Please tell us who you are, last name carefully, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Joe Merrill. I'm here on behalf of Anchorage Hospitality, LLC, and the hotel group. It's Merrill, like Merrill Field.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate it. So does the clerk.
We're very excited about our new Crown Plaza Hotel. I think it's going to be a beautiful addition to the Midtown landscape. We're working hard and diligently to be open around the end of May. Crown Plaza is a full-service hotel brand, and we would certainly like to open as one. So pursuant to that, I would certainly urge your approval of this resolution.
Okay. Any questions for this gentleman? Mr. Birch, go ahead.
Yeah, looking forward to your property opening there. And I was kind of curious. I drove by there today, and it's like there's 3 hotels, like bam, bam, bam. And is there a synergy there I mean,
we own all 3 of those.
Was that right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're just, but they're all, they mutually, they kind of work together to where they have, meals and so forth in one facility that are supported by the other?
Fairfield Inn and Suites is a mid-scale featured service hotel, so it does not have restaurant and lounge, just a breakfast bar. The Motel 6 is an economy brand. So what we're creating there on the corner is a full-service upper-scale accommodation, the mid-scale featured service accommodations, and then the budget accommodations.
Cool. Looks good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So, in other words, this is a bar. It's not a restaurant with a full bar.
Yes, the lounge, the licensed premises would be the restaurant and the lounge within the hotel, and also we have nearly 5,000 square feet of banquet meeting space.
Okay, so there is a restaurant within the
Yes,
hotel.
there is.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay. All right. Very good. Any further questions for this gentleman? Thank you very much for coming. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body? Okay. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Coffey, go
I
ahead.
just have a question, and I think to Mr. Weaver. If you look on page 2 of the section 3, it has this detailed reference to 222 people, 26 fixed chairs, 75 non-chairs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What happens if they added another chair? I don't understand why we would be so limited in our conditional use approval.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Coffey, basically that's because that's what their application and their site plan shows, and we want it fixed as to what the limitations are for the operation. Obviously, if they moved a chair too, that's not going to be an issue. If it becomes more than a minor amendment, we would need to bring it back to the Assembly.
I would have thought it would have been as to the facility, since it's all inside one building, and would have perhaps been limited to square footage as opposed to some of this. But perhaps I can have that discussion with you offline, since nobody seemed to object to this. But it did strike me as somewhat, I don't know, it just seemed rather constraining. I can't imagine that we would ever get to the point of one share more or less being some violation of a conditional use.
We could do that offline, Mr. Coffey, but basically it has to do with parking as well.
Fixed seats.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Flynn?
I just wonder if Mr. Coffey, given his knowledge in this business, might perhaps think this has to do with the fact that this perhaps relates to the fact that regular nightclub owners who have non-conditional use permits prefer it this way.
There are no nightclubs that don't have conditional uses, Mr. Flynn.
All right.
Thank you.
Seeing anyone else on this item? Any objection to unanimous consent? Okay, seeing and hearing. No objection. It is approved. 14H, Resolution AR 2009-30, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverages conditional use in the I-1 Light Industrial District for a package store use and license per AMC 21.40.200B1 for Walmart Superstore number 2071. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Welcome.
My name is Jed Whitaker, and it might not be relevant that Walmart has in the past cheated their employees out of the pay that they did for the work that they did. It might not be relevant that Walmart discriminates against women for management positions. It might not be relevant that Walmart squeezes out local businesses and is a poor corporate citizen. It might not be relevant that Walmart management they tell their management how to get their employees to go apply for welfare because they don't pay enough, and they want them to be able to suck off the public service. It might not be relevant that you all don't really care about what the community councils think about having a package store, like you ignored the advice of the Eagle River Community Council, what they didn't want a package store at their Walmart out there. But you might want to look at a broader public policy question, which is, according to the Alaska Mental Health Trust Authority, a study that they did, alcohol costs the state of Alaska about $450 million a year. Court costs, police costs, etc. And I'm asking you, does the property tax that Walmart's going to be paying for this package store justify what's the impact of the alcohol that they're going to be selling? And I am not just singling out Walmart because of alcohol, but their policy is to sell alcohol or sell all of their products at the lowest price possible. They want to be the lowest cost provider in any market that they're in. Therefore, if you're an alcoholic, the best place to buy your alcohol is at Walmart. And low prices are great for a lot of things, but because alcohol does so much damage in Alaska, I don't think it's an appropriate thing to allow Walmart to have a package liquor store, because we pay for the cost and they take the profit. It's sort of like the banker bailout deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Any questions for Mr. Whitaker? Okay, seeing and hearing, no questions. Any further public testimony? Yes, come forward, sir. Tell us your name, please.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Ferdinand Dominic. I'm the co-manager of the Diamond Walmart. I've been to several of the community council meetings, and the only issue that was ever brought up there was the issue of travel size, which we have made amends to, and we are not going to be selling travel size alcohol at our store. We do have many compliance issues that we take care of on a daily basis. We have had no violations for the 2 years that I've been at that store. And I would just ask this assembly to treat us fairly as far as that license is concerned. Thank you.
Okay, Sir, would you please spell your last name for the record? That wasn't clear.
Yes, ma'am. It's Dominic, D-O-M-I-N-I-C.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from Mr. Dominic? Okay, Mr. Birch, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you for bringing this store expansion that is in South Anchorage, in my assembly district, and it's a large, going to be a large improvement in the area, and we're looking forward to the competition. I think it tends to improve things in the community. So
absolutely, sir. We can't wait to be there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Welcome, Mr. McGrath.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tom McGrath, and years ago I was, various times I was the president of the Spinard Community Council, and the Midtown Walmart used to be in the Spinard Community Council area, and we had numerous discussions with Walmart at that time, and I've talked to Ed O'Neill from CHAR numerous times about Walmart. The Midtown Walmart, I don't believe, has a liquor store, but they sell an awful lot of alcohol. They sell gallon jugs of Listerine. And when you go out to the homeless camps around Anchorage, you find thousands of bottles of Listerine gallon jugs that come from Walmart. And what I would like to see is, okay, approve this with the condition that they can't sell gallon jugs of Listerine anymore. You know, if you go to the Midtown Walmart, and I've been there fairly recently, I don't normally shop there, but there's a whole shelf of gallon jugs of Listerine, which is a very high alcohol content, and I don't know that many people that buy it by the gallon except for the street inebriates. So, you know, I think it would be a reasonable thing to make this a condition of their liquor license that they not be able to sell it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Any questions? Okay, thank you for coming. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Please step forward. Anybody coming? Okay, seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Any discussion? Ms. Osiander.
I'd like to ask if there are such restrictions on gallon size of mouthwash anywhere else than Walmart.
Thank you, Mr. Dominic. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. None that I know of, ma'am.
Is there anybody in the administration who's familiar with that as a problem that's been addressed nationally?
Can I step in here real quickly before they do?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
The Cars in Fairview actually has locked up their mouthwash and other products that are often consumed by the hardcore street inebriates. It's a voluntary program, and it works pretty effectively.
Okay, Mr. Coffey.
Yeah, and I will note that Safeway and Fred Meyer don't sell the large quantities, although they do sell the smaller ones. Not locked up, though, but they don't have the level of problem in Midtown, predominantly because the Midtown Walmart sells them, and so the public inebriates, they know where to get it, and that's where they go. I used to have my office there on Northern Lights, and you'd see them come up out of the Chester Creek in the summer, and they'd walk through my parking lot on their way to the Midtown Walmart to get their morning dose of mouthwash. But I don't want to punish the Diamond Walmart for the conduct of the Midtown Walmart, but I would like the Midtown Walmart not to sell gallon jugs of mouthwash.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I'm just curious if any community councils have weighed in officially pro or con on this issue.
Mr. Dominic, have you spoken to the Taku Campbell Community Council?
Yes, ma'am. I was there at the last meeting, and there was nothing brought up about it. And the meeting before that, which my store manager, Marty Howard, was at, the only thing that was brought up was the trial size issue, and we immediately agreed to not have trial size in the liquor store.
Okay, but other than that, Taku Campbell didn't pass a resolution in support. They merely didn't object.
They did not object. That is correct, ma'am.
Is that?
That answers my question. Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Gutierrez, go ahead. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dominic.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Osiander?
To the administration, can we put another amendment to this that would limit the gallon size mouthwash? Is that something that we have the ability to do?
Madam Chair, Ms. Osander, I might let the legal department weigh in on this, but you're looking at a conditional use for a certain portion of the store to sell alcohol. Certainly the whole store is part of their facility, and quite frankly, in dealing with the Walmart managers, I've found them to be fairly amenable to taking community interest at heart in addressing those issues. The only other places that I know that sell gallon versions of mouthwash are at the large Costco and Sam's. Those are the other institutions that have it that maybe those people would not be buying it at those facilities because their membership. But you haven't applied this type of condition on the operation of another part of the facility against the conditional use, and I probably would leave that to legal to speak to that issue. You certainly can impose any conditions, and this is, it's alcohol. There's no doubt about it in that. So I'm thinking that perhaps you could, but I think I'd like to hear from legal.
Well, I'm very appreciative of the travel size restriction. I applaud you for that. But to legal, can we put a restriction on gallon-sized mouthwash?
Mr. Reeves?
Yes, through the chair.
Thank you.
I believe that even though this is not, this conduct is not occurring on the licensed or the premises that would be licensed, as I understand it. There's a relationship that would probably be sufficient to justify doing this, although it is somewhat attenuated, and without having more information, I would be reluctant to give you a reliable affirmative on that. It's the kind of thing that I might call someone like Mr. Coffey on, because
I know his opinion.
I mean, this is a tricky issue about the extent of your land use authority when you're dealing with licensing of a conditional use permit for a licensed premises.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. Mr. Coffey?
Well, as much as I might like to, I have to sort of get my feet grounded. We're talking about a land use permit for Diamond Boulevard and 88th, I guess is the address. And I don't want to have land use permits for a piece of property a mile and a half away from another piece of property, and we put some condition because they're owned by the same people. The proper way to do this, and I probably should have done it 2 or 3 years ago, is go have an ordinance that says you can't put that kind of stuff out there on the shelves, period. Then we've addressed it. Then it applies to anybody who walks down the street. And I don't think we ought to do it here. I think we ought to do it there. And so I asked Ms. Tucker to help me out, and we'll have something for you. Mr. Gray Jackson and I will do something for Midtown.
Actually, Ms. Tucker was on the...
I don't mean to speak for her. I'm just kidding with her.
She was on the speaker list. She disappeared.
Oh.
You didn't want to say anything, Ms. Tucker? Okay. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would agree with Mr. Coffey wholeheartedly on that, and I think that's probably the proper way to handle it. I do agree that we shouldn't punish one location for transgressions that are occurring in another. And I think to treat everyone the same and make it a citywide issue, a citywide ban, if you will, is very appropriate, and I think you ought to bring that to the Public Safety Committee.
Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a thought, and it's just kind of a housekeeping thing before Mr. Coffey even said what he had to say, but I keep hearing gallon. Is it gallon or 1.75 liters? Because I've never seen a gallon bottle of Listerine. I know that I buy 1.75 liters at Costco for, mouthwashing purposes at night. But But so if we're even able to do this and decide to do it, we better not say a gallon. But with that said, I have to agree with Mr. Coffey's comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pardon my ignorance. Is this the existing Walmart store just south of the Diamond Center?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay.
We are expanding to a full-line supercenter with groceries, and part of the expansion is a liquor box.
Okay, and the liquor store has a separate entrance?
Yes, ma'am.
From the rest of the building? Okay.
And an entrance into the store as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else want to speak on this item? What's the wish of the body? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Any objection to unanimous consent? Okay, if there is none, that has passed unanimously. Thank you very much for coming. Item 14I is next. Resolution AR 2009-31, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverages conditional use in the I-1 for a brewery use and license number 4866.
Waive reading.
Per all of that stuff for Midnight Sun Brewing, LLC, at 8111 Diamond Hook Drive. The public hearing on this item is open, and the public is here. Welcome. Tell us your name.
My name is Mark Staples. I'm the founder of Midnight Sun Brewing Company. We've been at our Arctic location for going on 14 years. In the last 3 years, we've basically been at maximum capacity, and this new location will allow us to expand and employ more people. We promote responsible use of alcohol. We're about quality, not quantity. And if you have any questions?
Here you are. Thank you very much. Mr. Birch.
I was going to say, having visited you at your Arctic location, I'm just thrilled to see you expanding, and wish you all the best. It looks like a good plan, and look through the very complete package that was submitted, and it looks like it's very well thought out.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's your annual volume? How much do you put out?
This year we put out about 2,300 barrels of beer, which isn't very much. But you have to kind of put it a little bit in perspective, because the beer we sell is really, really high end. So the volume and revenue that we generate off of that is way more than most breweries would off that same volume.
I've got somewhere in my closet somewhere of all the campaign buttons I have. I've got a right to brew button from a few years ago. The state legislature, I think, very misguidedly tried to limit the amount that some small local breweries could put out. And I think that, if in this economy your business is expanding and you're employing more people and you're putting out a good product, and I think we ought to get behind that as best we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good for you. Thank you. Dr. Selcraig.
I just want to add, I just think it's great to have local breweries, and I have visited your existing residence or your existing facility, and so it's great. I'm glad to see good business is good, and the product is good. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm not going to do it. Okay. All right. I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much for coming. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body? Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, is unanimous consent okay with the body? All right. Thank you very much. Keep brewing. Okay. All right. 14J. Ordinance AO 2009-19, an ordinance authorizing disposal by ground lease of Heritage Land Bank Parcel 4-013 to Northern Lodging, LLC, doing business as Ramada Anchorage Downtown Heritage Land Bank. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed.
Move to approve.
Okay. Any discussion? Ms. Osiander.
I wondered if I could have clarification. Is this property developed? Wait, I'm sorry. Market value, I know. My question instead was, sorry, I was getting ahead of myself, but like Mr. Flynn. The market value, I understand, is about $30,000. Why are we only getting a lease for, $9,000? And I did read that it said it does not support rent, but I didn't know why.
Okay. Mr. Maynor. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Osiander, through the chair. valuation of the property, the total appraised value.
Please speak into the microphone.
The total appraised value of the property was $377,000 in 2006. And HLB attempted to permit the rent of this 1/3 acre parcel. It's a very small piece of property, only 14,000 square feet. Neither Diamond Parking nor our own parking authority were interested in developing a parking for this particular lot. And it was determined that we would rather retain the lot for lease rather than sell the property. So in our attempt to sell or to lease the property, we determined that the value based upon our due diligence was not the market value. And since the only value to lease the property, the only real opportunity to lease the property was for the adjacent property owner, which is the Ramada Inn, then we negotiated a permit increase, a lease increase from $50 per month to $750 per month. That became our basis, and it became validated when we compared the cost of parking in adjacent properties that were listed at about $30 a foot. So we're well under the market at $30,000, but it is defendable, and the only tenant that is available to us is the adjacent property owner.
Ms. Osiander? Okay. Mr. Coffey.
I don't believe we're under market. I think we're getting close to market value for the use that's available. It's bordered by a main street. It's adjacent to a hotel. It can be used for that purpose, but really not many other purposes. It's not like you have a lot of people banging on your door to put something on 14,000 square feet in what's now a gravel parking lot. I think you're doing fine. And we've got everything we need. We can get out of the deal in 90 days. Get it on the market. Let's go. I approve. Move to approve.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, any objection to unanimous consent? That is approved. Item 14K, Ordinance AO 2009-20, an ordinance authorizing withdrawal of portions of parcels 3-030, 3-031, 3-032A from Heritage Land Bank inventory for transfer to Real Estate Services Division. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Welcome back, Mr. McGrath.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tom McGrath. I guess I'm having a hard time figuring out why you would want to do this. We own 39 acres of land. Under the patent for it, as I understand it, it has to be used for public parks or recreational purposes or other compatible public purposes. But that's gives us a lot of latitude. If we transfer it to Real Estate Services Division, which is another municipal entity, instead of Heritage Land Bank, and they create a conservation easement on it, then in reading the documentation, I'm not certain that we can keep the ball fields that are already on the property, if they are in fact on the property. And it's very limiting. I know on property that I own, people have approached me in years past and said, I would like to buy an easement from you to put in a telephone line, to put in this, to put in that. And I always look at it and I say, what you're offering me is not near enough for unlimited rights to that property forever. And with this, I think the same thing. We are giving away the rights to 39 acres that we have that currently have the rights to do a lot of different things with. And under a conservation easement, if I read the documents correctly, it's just going to be used to mitigate other wetlands encroachments that we might have other places in Anchorage. Although that's valuable, I think that you could do it and use that while it is owned by Heritage Land Bank. And so are we giving away something very valuable for no remuneration? And remember that the Heritage Land Bank land belongs to the citizens of Anchorage. And although Real Estate Services Division also belongs to the citizens of Anchorage, once it gets kind of one time removed from what's traditionally we understand, we lose some value there. Or I think in this case, we lose a lot of value. And like the ball fields, we paid for them. Can we keep them? We don't know from these documents, I don't think. So I would encourage you to go very slowly on this issue, and if there's any way around it, if we can still get the credits for the wetlands, why do it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's questions. Mr. Birch.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. We actually had a briefing on Friday of property in this very same area that's to serve as a parcel to support the state crime lab, a $100 million project, I think, as the state was portraying it, Mr. Glass. And it was indicated value of that land in that same vicinity with a PLI zoning was $68 a square foot with an $8 million valuation and a potential revenue to the city of $800,000 a year. In that case, to be offset, I mean, what we were throwing into it, as I recall, was the fact that they're providing a significant benefit. But anyway, I couldn't agree with you more, and appreciate your thoughts and comments.
The use of it has to be used for other other than public parks or recreational purposes, or it can't be used for anything other than that, or compatible public uses. So possibly this could be sold for a crime lab, which is a public purpose that would be good for all of Alaska. So, this is very limiting to what we would get out of it. I see the Summary of Economics Effect says it's worth like $300,000. Well, if you take it $8 a square foot, that's $14 million. There's a long way between a few $100,000 and $14 million. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. McGrath. Dr. Selcraig, do you have a question for Mr. McGrath?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm
sorry.
Let me
Close the public hearing. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body? Okay. Moved and seconded. That item is before us. Mr. Birch.
I guess I would just like a clarification through the chair from Mr. Maynor as to, just in looking at the map and the detail there, if there would be a prohibition or any reason this could not be used for the same worthy purpose that was negotiated for the state crime lab, prospective crime lab.
Mr. Birch, through the chair. Is that microphone on?
I don't hear it. Yeah, point it right at your mouth.
Mr. Birch, through the chair.
Thank you.
This land, first of all, ownership of the land will always be in the municipality's ownership. And it will always be a Heritage Land Bank parcel. Management of that parcel and management of many parcels that are in the Heritage Land Bank inventory can be managed and are managed by other entities, other agencies of the municipality. For example, Parks manages the baseball fields and an adjacent parcel. And we are certainly, Mr. McGrath, not giving up those baseball fields. That's a recreational attribute and asset to the community that will stay. But let me just point out the reason for this conservation easement is not to dispose of land or to lock it up. It is to protect the rights to use that land as we have been and will be using the land in the future. So by putting a conservation easement on this property on 39 acres, we are complying with a Corps of Engineers permit which mitigates wetlands mitigation plan for the construction of Martin Luther King Road, and provides for the baseball fields, and provides for the bicycle trails that go through this area, which are grandfathered and will remain. They can be relocated, but they will remain. And it also will protect the dog mushing trails that are in the area as well. And in addition to that, it will allow for the mitigation and construction of the crime lab. So this is a project that ties up 39 acres, but it does protect us and does provide for mitigation of all of those assets that are going to be built on that land. Again, we're not selling the land, we're not giving up the land, we're only complying with compensatory requirements by the Corps of Engineers to mitigate damages to wetlands. And that's the reason for this development.
The question, however, related to the location of the state crime lab, is it not within this same heavy box?
It is. It's just north of the Martin Luther King Drive.
Did you not indicate on Friday that the estimated valuation of that parcel that was to be leased to the state was about $8 million and $6 to $8 a square foot, I think, or somewhere in that neighborhood?
Mr. Birch, through the chair, I think I indicated and answered your question that if this property did not have deed restrictions on it, and we could sell it on the open market, it would have a market value in that price range. That's correct.
But effectively, we are allowing the state crime lab to go on there and deriving a significant benefit equivalent to, if I remember the discussion on Friday correctly, $800,000 a year. Is that correct?
Or more.
Or more. So the comparison is that potential revenue gain could be derived to the city. I believe that was a testimony of Mr. McGrath, and it's certainly my opinion that that may be a significant positive benefit to the city that would not be gained were it to be reserved in a conservation easement. Is that correct?
No, that's not exactly correct. The property does have reverter clauses on the property. These are federal and state reversionary interests. So if we violated the use of the permitted uses of this ground, the ownership of this ground would revert back to either state or federal. We would lose that ground.
Through the chair, is the land? The reason I'm confused here is the land where we're proposing to build the state's proposing to build $100 million facility. Is that land subject to the same reverter clause?
It is.
It can be used in an equivalent manner to generate that that significant revenue.
That land, yes, could still generate through the state of Alaska. We could have required them to pay
or even
for that land.
There might even be some other community purpose. We might want to build a municipal facility and avoid having to purchase the land, that we could actually use this land for some other public need.
That's absolutely true. As long as it was a public use, then we would be avoiding the reverter.
So we don't have to be threatened by the fear or by a reverter provision that would take that land away from us, that it actually could be reserved and used in a manner similar to what we're doing with the State Crime Lab.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Mr. Maynard, I sent you an email this weekend. You apparently didn't get a chance to get back to me. Just to clarify, in Appendix B, we note that some of the subject lands are part of the ball field complex. Is there any reason that approval of this conservation easement would in any way complicate our management of that complex?
Mr. Flynn, through the chair, absolutely not. In fact, this now will complete our compliance with the Corps of Engineer permit, which allowed us to build those baseball fields in the first place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maynard. Nothing else, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Starr.
Through the chair, on the AEM, which on the second page of the AEM, on line 35, it speaks to the fact that in 84 the Assembly acted and dedicated the lands that we're talking about as parklands. That's what happened in 84 is we dedicated them as parks.
Yes, and it remains dedicated park.
Okay, so
south of the baseball fields.
I mean, I guess maybe you're the gentleman to answer, but can we actually undedicate parkland? Is that what we're doing right now?
Mr. Starr, through the chair, no, we're not undedicating that park, and it will remain in management control of Parks and Rec. And there are trails through that area. What we're doing here tonight is putting a conservation easement on that property.
I get that
so
part of it.
Nothing else can happen to it.
It appears the way it's written in 84, when we dedicated it as parkland, the next sentence is, well, we found that it remained in the HLB inventory. Should it have moved into a different dedicated status?
No, it should not have. It will always be in HLB's inventory, but management can be, as I mentioned before, in any agency.
Okay, now that it's coming out of parkland status and MLK Drive has some potential to be tweaked and redesigned apparently along that corridor, is that true as well?
I'm sorry, would you repeat your...
Will the road segment that abuts this property, MLK Drive, get modified here in the next year per another design?
No, that road is already designed and permitted, and these mitigation credits were based upon the actual construction design of the road.
Okay, so are we going to rip and tear in this property after it's undedicated from parks? Through easement connections and utility corridors and modifications based on the road improvement that's going on near it?
The action tonight, Mr. Starr, through the chair, is not to undedicate the park. It will always
I know that, but as a current dedicated park managed by parks, there would be some prohibition between us being able to just go and retailer the berms and add different infrastructure there. When we do it into real estate services, we're not bound by that.
You would likely not be able to build another baseball field.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it. Thank you.
Okay, hold on a second. There's so many questions, and we are running out of time. Would you like a brief work session on this item on Friday after our budget work session?
I would.
I think it's a good idea.
Okay, I hear enough. Yeah. Then bring it back on the 3rd? Okay, very good. Thank you. We'll postpone action until the 3rd on this item. Pardon me? I have coffee and Rachel seconded. Okay?
Madam Chair, move to change the order of the day to bring up item 9, F3, 5, 7, and 12 for introduction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Any objection to changing the order of the day? Seeing none, item F3 is before us.
Move to introduce.
AO 2009-24, Tract 8, lying within...
You don't have to read it, madam. It's on the agenda.
It's a long one.
Move to introduce.
Okay.
I need a third. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Flynn has a conflict he'd like to declare, Madam Chair.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, of course, I sent an email to you and our Vice Chair.
Yes.
And I'll introduce by saying that this project, or this rezone, is intended so that the owner of the property, which is Cluton Incorporated, can contract with Granite Construction, that's the new Wilder or CPP, if you know who that is, to excavate the area, and then it will be available for redevelopment as an industrial park. It is adjacent to the Alaska Railroad right-of-way at Birchwood, and all the material, as a condition of the conditional use permit, must be moved by rail. I have been personally involved in the negotiations between the three parties, building the operational plan, answering questions from Ms. Wells, the president of the Birchwood Community Council, and for those reasons I think I have a conflict that should be excused from consideration of this matter.
Okay, including on the introduction of this item, not
introduction and deliberation.
Okay. Do you have a financial interest in this business at hand?
I do not have a financial interest in this matter.
Do you have a private interest in this matter, which would make it difficult for you to act in the public interest, Mr. Flynn?
As I stated, I've been very deeply involved in this process, and I think make it difficult for me to set my private interest aside from the public interest.
Therefore, do you believe that if you participated in this matter, it could cause a loss of the public trust in this body?
I do.
Okay. I believe that Mr. Flynn does have a legitimate conflict of interest here, and he is welcome to abstain from the vote on this item to introduce this ordinance.
And introduced, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Any further discussion on this item? Okay. Seeing and hearing, no further discussion. Let's vote. And Mr. Flynn?
No. It's introduced. That's
Oh,
all.
it's
He was just
introduced.
making
That's
a
all we need.
declaration.
Okay. Thank you. I apologize. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. And we'll do that again when at the public hearing set for the 24th of March.
Yes, it's a rezone, so it's 30 days off.
Next item, 9F5, Ordinance AO 2009-26, an ordinance of
You don't have
the
to read it, Madam
Assembly,
Chair.
Downtown Eagle River Overlay District.
Second.
Okay, is there a third?
Third.
Okay. Got that, Madam Clerk? It would help if you punched in, folks. Who was the third?
Me. Mr. Starr, let him.
Okay, very good. Ms. Osiander. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Starr, you want to speak to this?
No, just add myself as a sponsor,
Okay.
co-sponsor.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Osiander, did you want to,
June 23rd, huh?
I'd like to set the public hearing date for June 23rd, and I'd like this to go to P&Z.
Second.
Okay. Okay. All right. Public hearing June 23rd, Madam Clerk. And it's referred to the Planning and Zoning Commission in the interim, and they'll get their part done in sufficient time, you think?
Hope so.
Okay. All right. Very good. That item is introduced and set for public hearing on the 23rd of June.
Nice.
Okay. Item 9F7, Ordinance AO 2009-28, overhead lines underground.
Move to introduce.
Okay.
Second.
Third.
Okay. Do we have?
And I would like to refer this to Planning and Zoning and set the public hearing date for July 7th.
Okay.
Second.
July 7th. Madam Clerk, does that suit you? Okay. Any objections? Okay. It's set for okay. Go ahead. Add Assembly Member Selcraig.
And Madam
Sponsor,
Chair,
anyone
since
else?
I worked on the original one with Mrs. Schamberg, I would like to also be listed as a co-sponsor.
Madam Chair, myself as well, please.
Okay. Selcraig, Coffey, and Gutierrez, in addition to Assembly Member Johnson. Okay. Thank you very much. That is set for public hearing on July 7th. Item 9F12, Resolution AR 2009-33, replacement vehicles and equipment. Mr. Birch, you pulled this item. It needs to be introduced.
Second.
Okay. Hit the buttons, please. First and second motion at least can hit the button. Okay. And who's the third?
Third.
Mr. Birch? Thank you.
The issue I had with this was we've got $5 million for new equipment, and I guess I was just interested in looking at leasing alternatives. And I guess if I get 150,000 miles out of a Ford Explorer, I'm just wondering if maybe somebody in the city can stretch out the equipment operations. And I would like to have some additional discussion on whether we need to update this rolling stock. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if I might.
Mr. Coffey, go
If
ahead.
you recall at the leadership meeting on Monday, we discussed this with the administration.
Yes.
They suggested a work session. The $4 million plus almost $5 million comes from operational money. It's not bond money. There may be some opportunity to save here to address the deficit issue. So I would recommend, Madam Chair, that we have schedule this for the work session. Perhaps a half an hour, Mr. Abbott, would be sufficient.
It's up to you. It's a complicated topic. It depends on how far you guys want to get into it. We can start with a half an hour and see what happens after that.
We can always, we like to stop when we say we're going to stop, so an hour might be better, Madam Chair, on Friday.
All right. On Friday, March 20th, right before the public hearing on the 24th? Does that work? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, we can cut it off. We can take a break. Okay. All right. Dr. Selcraig, go ahead.
Actually, I'm glad that we're going to take some time with this. I think these are the kinds of things that we should be thinking about deferring if we can do them. And so I appreciate Mr. Birch's comments, and I'm hoping we can save some money here.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Selkirk. That item is introduced and set for public hearing on March 24th. And all the others were approved on the consent agenda, correct? No,
I've got a point of order. I've got a 9D12, I believe. We're going to come back. Are you coming back? Okay, I just want to make sure you're circling back.
Madam Chair, move to change the order of the day to take up special orders, which is 15A through D, so we can read those in the record and move on.
Second.
Any objection? Okay.
Thank you. Madam
Item,
Chair,
let's see.
15A.
15A. Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. This is notice of intent to move for rescission of assembly action and the ratification of the collective bargaining agreement for electrical work. I hereby give notice of intent to move for rescission of assembly action taken on December 2nd, 2008, approving Assembly Resolution 2008-280, which was a resolution ratifying a 5-year collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 1547. I give notice this intent is provided in the Rules of Procedure for the Assembly, AMC 2-30-080H, that a motion to rescind the Assembly's December 2nd, 2008 action on AR 2008-280 shall be made and considered at the Assembly's next meeting scheduled for March 3rd, 2009. Discussion items will include a review of certain contract provisions purporting to control the contracting of work by the municipality on municipal property which is not owned or operated by ML&P, the summary of economic effects presented to the Assembly disclosing no private sector economic effects, and other representations made to the Assembly upon which ratification was based. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Madam Chair, I have 15B to read.
Hold on a second. Ms. Osiander, did you have a question?
When this comes to us, could we also have a legal analysis?
That's what.
Yes, and we'll also have an AR resolution itself so that we can respond, whether we approve it or disapprove it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 15B. Mr. Starr.
Sure. Thank you. It's a notice of intent to move for rescission of assembly action and the ratification of the collective bargaining agreement for fire, rescue, EMS, and preventative type work in the Anchorage Fire Service area. I hereby give notice of the intent to move for rescission of assembly action taken on December 17, 2008, approving Assembly Resolution 2008-306. This was a resolution ratifying a 5-year collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Association of Firefighters, Local Union 1264. I give notice of intent as provided for in the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, AMC 2-30-080, Section 8H, that a motion to rescind the Assembly's December 17, 2008 action on AR 2008-306 shall be made and considered at the Assembly's next meeting scheduled for March 3, 2009. Discussion will include the budget shortfalls of estimated between 17 and 21 million and the impact on available municipal funding.
That sounds like it's going to take a significant amount of time, Mr. Starr.
I have
including the entire budget shortfall. We've spent about 6 hours. By that point, we'll have spent 6 hours on work sessions on the budget shortfall.
I have 15C to read into the record, too, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead.
Notice of intent to move for rescission of assembly action and the ratification of the collective bargaining agreement for the Anchorage Police Department. I hereby give notice of the intent to move for rescission of assembly action taken on December 16, 2008, approving Assembly Resolution 2008-307. A resolution ratifying a 5-year collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association. I give this notice of intent as provided in the Rules of Procedure for the Assembly, AMC 2-30-080, Section H, that a motion to rescind the Assembly's December 16, 2008 action on AR number 2008-307 shall be made and considered at the Assembly's next meeting scheduled for March 3rd of 2009. Discussion will include the budget shortfalls estimated between 17 and 21 million and the impact on available municipal funding.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Item 15D, Ms. Johnston.
Yes, this is a notice of intent to move to amend items previously adopted. I give this notice of intent as provided in the Rules of Procedures for the Assembly, AMC 2-30-080I, and Robert Rules of Order, 10th edition, that single and or combined motions to amend items previously adopted by the Assembly, namely AR 2008-280, AR 2008-306, and AR 2008-307, will be made for consideration at the Assembly's next meeting scheduled for March 3, 2009.
Okay, thank you. I have several items on the consent agenda. Mr. Starr, did you have your
Well, I'd like to take a moment
comment?
to perhaps talk about the March 3rd meeting schedule has the resolution speaking to the BEAR ordinance, or the BEAR resolution, also scheduled for March 3rd. So I'd like to maybe get some deliberation from the chair on how to best manage that. It's a popular topic. I'm willing to postpone it, but I want to give ample notice to the public that, may not be appropriate because of our March 3rd agenda. So that discussion is there. I'd like your input on what you think stacking up for March 3rd.
Madam Clerk? Do you have the March 3rd meeting?
Dan, do you have a handy?
I have the agenda draft. I think that's one of those offline items we talk about in terms of when we set it. Here, just a second. I'm grabbing it. There we go. There you go. There's the draft.
This is a public hearing?
And for furthering the discussion at the moment, I'd like to move it to March 24th if I can propose that, but
You can't continue something that's not in front of us yet.
I'm with you.
We can choose to continue it on the 3rd, Mr. Starr, depending on what the room looks like. That would be acceptable.
Well, and I guess I'd just like to put on the record that I'm going to intend to move that and continue the public hearing to March 24th for that purposes. And so if I can get that through the clerk's office and the administration and the press and all those others, that March 3rd will continue the public hearing to the 24th. The reason being, if we have first quarter budget amendments or other issues, I'd like to get those resolved before we get too far into April.
Madam Chair, if I might suggest that you take a quick poll of the body to make sure there's no objections to that, because we can't vote on it until next week.
That's right. We added a lot of stuff to the public hearing.
I think it's wise, but I want to make sure everybody else does too.
Yeah. Any objection to moving this item to the 24th informally at this point?
And if we can maybe, I don't know how the notes work on the future agendas, but some indication to the public as they scan those through muni.org, I think would save the public's angst on showing up and all the people that will be here. So thank you.
I don't know.
Appreciate that time.
I haven't looked at the 24th. You don't think we'll... I'm not sure. Mr. Starr, Madam Clerk is not sure that we'll have any more time to deal with it on the 24th than on the 3rd of April or the 3rd of March. I think you should wait until it shows up. Yeah, I know. That's right. That's right. We'll try, but no promises that it can be moved to the 24th until we have a chance to assess it. Mr. Coffey, did you have a comment? I've got you on here. Okay. Okay, so do I need to take a vote? Is that what you're suggesting?
No.
Okay.
Do anything.
No. On polling the body.
I think you did.
Okay, nobody objected. All right. Okay. The agenda for the 3rd has to be published by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So that item, I don't know, how do we designate that item may be moved to the 24th?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, all right, that'll work. Okay, Ms. Osiander. Yes. Okay. That's right. 9 remaining items from the consent agenda. Folks, remember what happens. 9D12, Assembly Memorandum AM 108-2009, proprietary purchase of tape services from Midwest Tape LLC for the Muni of Anchorage, Office of Economic and Community Development, Anchorage Public Libraries. Okay, that item is before us. Discussion.
Urge support. The library's already taken their 5%.
Oh, okay. So that's 65,925 represents the 5%.
Well, it's in this. No, this doesn't represent the 5% cut, but the department has already taken a cut, and so I'm urging support for this.
Oh, okay.
As it's written.
Okay. All right. Any objection? Okay. Seeing no objection, that item is passed. Item 9D15, AM 111-2009, proprietary purchase with Applied Microsystems, Inc., to provide website hosting and application support services for the Muni of Anchorage Information Technology Department, $78,114. Dr. Selcraig, you pulled this one.
Move to approve. Second.
Go ahead, discussion.
Yes, I'd like to amend this to reflect a 5% reduction in the overall cost.
Second.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
And what that would amount to is a $3,405.50 reduction. Mr. Carter, do you have any comment? We'd like to be. Can you live with this?
We have negotiated in good faith over the last 2 months with the vendor, and I talked to the management staff that showed up with me today, and we can make it happen.
Thanks very much. I know that means you're just going to have to work faster, but I really appreciate you doing it.
We're going to have to do something.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Dr. Selcraig, that was a $3,405
reduction. Or a 5% reduction on each contract as reflected in this document.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Okay, any objection?
A 5% total.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Starr?
I just have a question for Ms. Weddleton.
Go ahead.
Fund certification speaks to the building safety fund kicking in. Do they have the money for that still?
It's the total amount.
They're kicking in $6,632 to this.
Yes, the Building Safety Department can handle a $6,000 contribution for this item.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I just want to, what I did is added up the total amount. It added up to $70,114, and that reduction would be $3,405. So it's basically a 5% on the total package.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Very good. All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to passage of this item as amended? Oh, excuse me. Any objection to the amendment of reduction by $3,405? Seeing no objection, that item is reduced. Any objection to that item as amended is on the floor before us. Any objection to accepting the item as amended? Seeing none, that item passes. Thank you. I think the remaining item on this agenda is 9E7. Thank you. Mr. Starr pulled this one, Information Memorandum AIM 20-2009, Monthly Investment Report to the Assembly.
Move to accept.
Second.
I pulled this because it wasn't quite what I expected we were going to receive when it came to a monthly investment report. I wanted to see something with some numbers in it. I thought with the loss and increase and sort of a quasi-revenue stream. And I'll ask you that question as to why we don't see sort of a revenue summary on investments as combined. And then I got a summary from you addressed to all of us today at 11:20 that has a projection of revenue to expenditures summary on it as well, which you didn't. It was an email format. Why didn't you turn that into an informational summary report? And I guess those are two questions.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, may I look into your second question a little bit more to make sure I understand what you're asking about? Are you asking about where I directed the Assembly to take a look at the model, the financial forecast model, that is an interactive model?
I have a couple questions that relate to that, and we can take it offline if you'd like. But, you know, the Assembly directives were giving us some more information in terms of revenue in investment performance. This is an investment performance summary that we have in front of us now. I thought we still had monthly revenue summaries that you were going to give us concurrently. And
so, Mr. Starr, your question is not about the email I sent out today, then?
It does that. My question on that one, if you want to go there, is that your intention to tell us kind of currency on revenues?
No, sir.
Okay.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, the reason for the email that was sent out today goes back to the work session that we had on Friday, February 13th, where several attendees, you were not there if I recall correctly.
I was at that one.
Okay. Several of the attendees repeatedly felt that the forecasts in the presentation that Friday were too optimistic, and they asked for a more pessimistic projection. Okay, so in order to respond to that request, while simultaneously responding to a request made by the collective bargaining groups for a long-range financial forecast. What we did was we killed two birds with one stone by creating a forecast for the Assembly's desire to look at the most conservative financial projections possible, while at the same time responding to the union's request for a long-term financial forecast. So the email today isn't the same thing as the revenue reports. For instance, the revenue reports show year-to-date revenues, whereas the model shows future revenues based on the projections by the user.
Thanks. The revenue reports that we were requested to receive monthly, what's the format of those? Because I don't remember seeing one in February.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, Wanda Phillips and I were speaking about those reports just today. You should have them at the next Assembly meeting, and I apologize for the delay. And here's what they'll look like. They will, on the forecast that you saw today, there were 3 tabs.
I'm okay taking this offline because we're running out of time, but the next meeting is in March. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Starr, I can send them to you before the next meeting.
Oh, that'd be good.
And the format will look very much like the second tab on the email today where every revenue count is listed.
Okay, my first question about 9E7, the agenda item here, talking about the investment reports, and I thought that we had sort of summarized, in my opinion, we would see a sort of a bank statement format that says here was the beginning balance of our investment accounts and here it is today, based on what we're seeing, a more timely approach. And this looks like a summary with a forecast verbiage and no numbers. So,
through the chair, Mr. Starr, I apologize if you're disappointed in the report. Perhaps we could meet offline and you can show me what you'd rather see. However, I cannot in any way deliver you a bank statement that would have any meaningful information in it.
well, again, it was the beginning balance, the ending balance, the continuing degradation in performance, and the continued loss, if there is that, through declining investments. And that's
through the chair, Mr. Starr, our investment accounts are of such complexity that I don't think I can present it the way you'd like to see it. But what I can present to you, for instance, if you want to stop by my office, I have thousands of reports, and you can look at all of them. And
well,
I think
again, with the decreasing revenues, that's why I brought the revenue discussion into this as well, is that, we are promised monthly revenue statements, and if we're going to continue to see revenue reductions due to our investment accounts, then maybe they'll show up there as well.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I do not believe that the revenue reports you will receive from OMB are going to satisfy that desire.
Okay. Well, I'm still frustrated in a 45-day or a 50-day lag in continued losses in our investment accounts and this body being notified of it. That's something I'd like to work on with you.
Excuse me, we have 2 minutes until we have
you.
to adjourn this meeting. Okay? Any further discussion? That item is accepted. One final item, 9E10. Mr. Starr, you also pulled this one. AIM 23-2009, MOA, MLNP, IBW Collective Bargaining Agreement, and Classification Committee action.
Move to postpone until the meeting of March 3rd.
Second. Okay. That's simply accepting a report.
In that case, Madam Chair, I'll move to adjourn.
Okay. All right. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.